Hi, guys. I hope you are hearing me. Give me 1 second. I'm never ready to go. You know how it is. But I am, sort of. I swear. Hi. Welcome back to Kitchen Court Cases, where we watch court in my kitchen. I am so happy to see everybody in the chat today. Everybody, if you're new here, welcome. We have a lot of fun. As you can tell, I'm in my kitchen, and we have a blast watching court cases. Tonight is one of our like OG old school nights, so we're just gonna be doing um, detention docket dinners. So, detention docket is from 2020 originally. Judge Kim in Texas, Tarrant County, Texas, does detention hearings. He doesn't anymore live, but he did. And so what we do is we vote. You'll see it pop up right here. You can vote 1 for detained, 2 for released. You can change your vote. You can vote as many times as you want. Secondly, in this room, we give out free points. You earn points for watching. You earn points for being here. You earn points for lots of different things. You can trade or give points to other people. You can gamble the points. Please let us know if you have a problem with gambling points and we will help you with that. I've noticed some people like it. That's okay. It's totally free. It's a fun way to have fun in the chat. We also do a lot of I chat in the chat a lot. I'm going to have a salad for dinner tonight. I would love to start hearing what you guys have had for dinner. If you didn't like what you had for dinner, please go ahead and tell me what you wish you had had for dinner. That's also acceptable. Um, and yeah, if you're not subscribed already, please do subscribe. You can hit the like or the dislike button if you prefer, whichever one you prefer. I like all engagement. Can we take a moment before we get started? Sushi. I'm seeing sushi. I'm seeing McDonald's. I'm seeing what else? Heather says I shouldn't see what she's been eating, but I want to. Um, Lasagna. I know. I am, Amy. I am a little bit cold, but I'm taking my jacket off. Um, uh, 1 second. So let me see here. What else is I also have like a big TV set up so I can actually see the chat tonight. Oh, glorious. Um, cheese steaks, Laura. I thought that said cheesecake. I was like, that is a choice if you're gonna have full cheesecake for dinner. Pinto beans, hard-boiled eggs, and ice cream from Daylight. Canada is snow all the time except for exactly where I am. There are literally blossoms on the trees in my backyard. Sloppy Joes and baked beans ate at a club meeting, Michelle. Lovely. Beef pot pie from Gracie. Um, Fat burger, raining on your charade. Let's see, what else? If I missed it, just say it again. Sometime. Oh, wait, I see banana blueberry smoothie. Lenny, banana blueberry smoothie? Yeah, that sounds good. Um, was it a club sandwich, Michelle? That's what Jonathan just said. Um, Rita, that is sort of what I've got going. I have a TV hooked up to my computer so that it's like a second monitor, but it's big. Wings and chicken fried rice. Sweet. Okay. So, do we see this light? This is a light. This is a speaker. And this is an old iMac computer. I love it. I'm so excited with it. Isn't that cool? Also, yes, Nana is still watching Breaking Bad, working on her. Oh my God, I lied. And I swore. Okay. Damn it. That's so close. Okay. Um, this is the only Mac I've ever owned. One day. YouTube Daddy, one day. Anyways, okay, we're gonna put it on. I've got it ready to go. Is this no? use this one. Yeah, so you get points for hours, you get points for lots of different things. You get points for being here when I'm just like feeling it. It's like it's focused on that now. I'm gonna freak out. You guys don't know how long I worked on the light. Anyways, okay, let's just get it playing and then I will get myself off the screen for a couple minutes so that I can get back on and we'll make sure that it gets playing properly. Okay, guys? Um, Screen capture. And there. And we'll make it a bigger. Did you hear that? Anyways. They're still getting set up. You can look this up. You might be able to see the pear trees outside the couch. But I live in a place called the flower capital of Canada. We do a flower count every year in like April. So
Okay, this is the detention docket for the 323rd District Court on January 7th, 2021. Comply with the Texas Supreme Court Emergency Order number 30, we are not conducting in-person proceedings. However, to comply with the Open Courts Act of the Texas Constitution, we are broadcasting these proceedings on YouTube. No portion of this proceeding may be copied, recorded, or published. Violations of this order are punishable by contempt of court of up to 6 months in the Tarrant County Jail and a $500 fine. This is, however, still a court proceeding, so all people are expected to behave appropriately for court. That means please do not be laying in bed, dress inappropriately. Do not have distracting backgrounds like bright lights or being in a moving vehicle. Please remain still. I'm asking people, if you are not an officer of the court, to have your camera on with your face in view of the camera. And please do not have domesticated animals on the screen. So that means Galaxy A20, please do not bring your cat to court. Thank you. All right, so we'll go and start with Decorian Montague. All right, Mr. Montague, I'm Judge Kim. This is a 10-day hearing. I'm deciding whether to keep you or release you. If I keep you here, you have to see a judge every 10 days. You do have a right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. The attorney, Ms. Keenan.
She's not here. I'm standing in for her, Judge.
Okay, Mr. Adnich is substituting in for Ms. Keenan. So, all right, Mr. Montague, 16 years old. I'm glad to see that you're level 1 outstanding. Here's my question, Ms. DeBose, is why did he drop down? Why did he just get back to level 1 out today?
It seems like yesterday or a couple of days ago, he was cursing, profanity, being disrespectful to staff.
Okay. All right, well, at least it worked its way back up, which is good. All right, so Mr. Montague, this is the one, I believe, where it was a murder case off of $40 of weed. Police were flagged down by black female standing over a body of black male who's lying in a pool of blood. And 2 black males in a red Ford were involved in the shooting. Said the victim was called to the car, came back later to retrieve $40. He went back to the vehicle. Shortly after, vehicle drove away, victim on the ground. Surveillance video retrieved the license plate number, tracked down the vehicle, and suspect informed the The detected a black male known as Ape Gang Caliban, also decoying Montague, asked for a ride. They sat in the store, victim approached, offered him some weed. He came back with the weed. It was a struggle for a gun, and evidently the Corian shot the victim. So, all right. Well, Mr. Montague, homicide case involving a shooting. I'm deeply concerned about the safety of the public, as well as the safety as you. You also were previously, you had cases for evading arrest, assault, aggravated assault, evading arrest, a stolen car, burglary of a habitation, retaliation, burglary of a vehicle. You were on probation for a stolen car. So, yeah, I'm just afraid if I let you go that the community would further be in danger. So, Mr. Montague, I'm going to go ahead and keep you in custody. All right, thank you, sir. Do we have a parent here for Mr. Montague?
I
All right, thank
wasn't
you.
able to get in contact with her this morning, Your Honor.
Okay, that's fine. All right, thank you, Mr. Montague. I'm glad you're level 1L. Please try and keep it up. All right, next we have Joseph Gambaras. Mr. Navarez, I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing. You've been here for 10 days, so I need to review your case, decide whether to keep you here, release you if I keep you here. Hey, let me go and see if I have to review. Do we have a parent here for Mr. Navarez?
I think the grandmother is Galaxy, Judge, that you told about the cat.
All right, Mr. Navarez, you have the right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. If you can't afford one, we'll provide one for you. Mr. Adler is your attorney. So, Joseph, you're 16. Fort Worth PD brought you in August. They're saying they're dispatched to North Main for a shooting. When they got there, the victim, who was an off-duty Dallas Police Department officer, was shot multiple times. Evidently, you and another person were trying to steal the victim's diaper bag. Witness observed the incident, saw you over the victim, pointed a black handgun and fired a shot at him. Jumped into a GMC truck, headed southbound on Main. Off-duty officer followed the truck until assistance got there. You and your companion were arrested. And you admitted about the shooting and theft. Security camera showed you shooting and the theft. So you're both brought over here. I believe wasn't he on probation at Dallas County, Ms. Guerrero?
Yes, Judge.
Okay. Yeah, so Joseph, you were on probation for an offense out of Dallas County. Then you decided to bring that to Tarrant County. And that was I think, a big mistake. You know me with kids and guns, but the fact that you were on probation at the time gives me deep concern about releasing you into the community. For the welfare of you as well as the community, I'm going to continue to detain you. Thank you, Mr. Navarez. Danny Parker.
Judge.
Thank you, Ed. Mr. Parker. Mr. Parker, I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention. You've been here for 10 days, deciding whether to keep you or release you. If I keep you here, you'll see a judge every 10 days while you're here. Mr. Houston is your attorney. You do have a right to remain silent. All right, so you're turn 17 next month. You're level 1 outstanding. Good. Let's see. All right, this is the one you're supposed to be living in Abilene. You made your way to Tarrant County. You were found with a gun, and you weren't supposed to be here in Tarrant County. And you're on probation for an assault case. I guess you had probation before for burglary of habitation. You're positive for methamphetamines and marijuana. All right. Yeah, Danny, the concern is when you have the methamphetamines about the drug use. Do we have a mom here or parent here for Danny?
Your Honor, I was unable to contact her because of her work schedule.
Okay, that's fine. I understand. So, Danny, yeah, I'm afraid if I let you go, you'll continue to use street drugs, find another gun, and leave the county and not appear for court when you're supposed to be. All right. I'm glad that you're level 1. You understand that when you get to 17, I have the discretion of keeping you downtown in the adult jail or to keep you here in juvenile. And so you have to stay at level 1. If your level drops, then I will house you in the downtown adult jail. So right now, the spotlight's on you. We'll see how you do. But the last month that you're here, if your level drops and you get bad enough, I'm just going to send you downtown on your 17th birthday. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Judge Ken, may I make a request?
Yes, Mr. Houston.
Mr. Parker has been in detention for 52 days now, I believe. And I would like to try to start getting the ball rolling on this thing. And I would request that a placement search be conducted by the probation department, if that can be possible.
Yeah, no, I think that's reasonable. So, Mr. Kroll, let's go ahead and start a placement search. I think that's a reasonable request, especially given the methamphetamine use.
Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Houston. That's a good idea.
Thanks.
Thank you.
All right, so Hugo Pogasangre Reyes.
Judge, I told you wrong. Hugo's mom is actually the one with the cat. My apologies, not Joseph's.
Or had the cat.
Had the cat.
Okay, Hugo, I'm Judge Kim. This is a 10-day hearing deciding whether to keep you here or release you. If I keep you here, you have to see a judge every 10 days. You have the right to remain silent. Mr. Adler, your attorney, is here. All right, Hugo, we issued a warrant for you for violating your EM. And let's see. Oh yeah, I remember this one. This was a gun case with an aggravated robbery, and you made him money and then actually fired the gun as you're running away. And evidently one of my associate judges released you. I don't think I would have, but they did. And that's fine. But you kind of got that mistake where you had a chance to get out, but you violated your EM while you're out. And so, yeah, I put a note in there that I'm the only one that's supposed to release you now. And I'm not going to release you just because the gunshot was fired. So decisions have consequences. You had a lucky chance, but you blew it. So, all right. So I'm going to go and detain you, and we will see you in 10 days. Thank you, Mr. Reyes.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Adler. All right. So at this point, I'm going to turn the docket over to Judge Terry. Thank you,
Thank
Judge
you, Judge Kim. Thank you. All right. Braylon Anderson. Hi, Braylon. I'm Judge Terry. This is your 10-day detention hearing. Purpose of this hearing is to determine whether I can release you to a parent or guardian or if I should keep you detained. You have a right to remain silent. And you have a right to an attorney, and your attorney is Patty Tillman, and she is here on Zoom with us. Do you see her?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And so, let's see. You were brought in end of December on the 27th. Got to level 1 outstanding as soon as you could, it looks like, and you've been there ever since. Is there a parent here for her?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, Judge.
Mr. Anderson? Hi.
Yes, ma'am. How are you doing?
Okay. Good. And you were the victim in this one, I believe.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And this is scheduled for mediation tomorrow, I'm told?
Yes, ma'am. At 1 p.m.
Okay. Well, she has been, I mean, I don't think I saw her when she first came in, but I remember, I think I took the phone call. Is this kind of like typical behavior for her?
No, ma'am. It just has gotten worse. I'm looking forward to the mediation tomorrow, and hopefully we can find some kind of resolution.
Okay. I mean, she's had excellent behavior since she's been here. Nothing, nothing wrong whatsoever. And so that tells me that she knows, right from wrong and can follow direction and stuff. Because this is just pretty disturbing that, she just seemed completely defiant on the 26th with you.
Yes.
And
yes,
then when you tried to punish her and take her phone like you ought to be able to do, because Braylon, do you know that your phone is actually his? You're under 18 years old. That cell phone is actually his, okay? If he wants to punish you or take it from you whenever, he can do that, okay? Yeah, seems like she just completely went off. Punching a flat screen TV inside of her own bedroom. That's 3-year-old behavior. Yes, Ms. Tillman?
Mr. Lewis and I have requested that at some point that we get an updated psychological evaluation for Braylon and maybe a psychiatric evaluation if she's going to require medication. Because as you can see, this is her third referral that has something to do with assault. I hope that we can mediate it and get it worked out about being at home. If not, there is an aunt that has said that she would be willing to let Braylon live with her.
Okay. I had a question for Dad. Dad, is she currently on any medication?
No, ma'am.
No? Okay. Sounds like that may be, I don't know. Nothing's been filed on this yet either, so I'm ready to send her home because she's shown that she can behave. Are you ready to take her home before the mediation, Dad?
I'm not, Your Honor, I'm not.
Okay. So here's what I'm going to do. I know that you basically need help. If that's what you're asking for, and you're hoping that the mediation will help.
Yes, I'm looking forward to the mediation tomorrow at 1 p.m.
All right. And if that's all successful, are you prepared to take her home at that time?
We'll just see how the mediation goes, Your Honor.
Right. That's what I'm saying. If that goes well and you're comfortable, you would be okay with taking her home at that time.
I'm open to discussing living arrangements, whether it's with me or with another family member.
And hopefully you guys can take care of that tomorrow because I'm ready to release her. But I will release, so Ms. Anderson, I will release you tomorrow. Stay on level 1 outstanding. I will release you tomorrow after mediation as long as you are still on level 1 outstanding, okay? All right, for today I'm detaining you, but I will sign an order for release tomorrow. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Jathine Austin?
Judge,
Jathan.
Jathan?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Judge,
Yes.
if I may, he was detained earlier by Judge Porter at his 9:30 hearing.
Oh, excellent. So I don't have to worry about that one. All right. Thank you.
Yes.
All right.
You're welcome.
Luca Fry. Oh, I'm sorry. We're going to have to just interrupt this for a second. Because first of all, of the 3 judges down in Texas, Judge Terry is, of the 3, they've got more than 3 judges in Texas. Let's just clear that up to begin with. What I mean is, of the 3 judges that work in this particular court detention dockets, Judge Terry is my least favorite of the bunch. I think she's probably a pretty nice lady, but yet again, just maybe not my gal. It's that defiance in me. It just like leaps out when there's like authority figures like that. So I decide that I'm going to interrupt her and tell the story that I said I was going to tell earlier. In Time Served Live this evening. See, it's afternoon for me, like, well, it's 7 o'clock, but anyways, there was a talk about journals, if we recall. So I have ADHD and I journal, but it's not, I used to like be really mad at myself. I would buy a journal and I would like feel like I ruined it by writing in it because it wasn't perfect somehow or whatever. Anyways, I've finally gotten over that and was like, I found this perfect journal. It was this color because this is sort of my favorite color. And it was like the right size and it fit in my purse and I loved it. And so I like, no, is my volume bad? Because I tried to turn it down. Should I turn it back up? Does it need to be like this maybe? Or is that too loud? Anyways. No, it's good, so I'll go back down. Okay. The journal. So I was going through a breakup and I was like living my single lady life. Now I'm like not at 100, but close. Living my single lady life. And like
going on dates, and I got, we'll call him photography guy. This guy named photography guy. Um, uh, we went out on a date, and I don't drink, right? Like I really don't drink, and so we went to a bar, which was just weird to me, and I was just like, I'm not feeling it, but whatever. So we went back to the friend's house or whatever, and anyways, I realized the next morning that my well, you know what kind, Jesse. But I realized the next morning that my journal was gone, and I was like, gosh darn it. Like I lost my journal at the bar probably, or in a taxi. So I like phoned, called, couldn't find them. Couldn't find the journal. And I told the guy about it, and I was like, I don't know where my journal is, and he like helped me. Didn't, couldn't we didn't find it. So whatever. I was like, man, the person that finds that journal is going to be freaked out. Nana, seriously, I'm gonna have to go tell her to turn it down. I'm gonna keep playing this, tell her to turn it down, and I'll be back.
Mr. Fry, I'm Judge Terry. This is your 10-day detention hearing. Purpose of this hearing
Yes,
is to
ma'am.
determine whether I can release you to a parent or guardian, or if I should keep you detained. You have a right to remain silent. You also have a right to an attorney. Your attorney is Rafael Sierra. I didn't see him here today.
Judge, I'm filling in for him.
All right, great. Thank you, Mr. Adenishi.
Yes, ma'am.
And Happy New Year. I haven't seen you yet this week.
Same to you, Judge.
I bet you guys couldn't hear that, but I could hear it. But Nana says that the judge is too loud. So we're compromising. Anyways, okay, so we're back to the story. My journal was missing, whatever. I hemmed and hawed, and I thought, you know what? I think that whoever finds this journal is gonna be like, whoa, this lady's a little crazy, but whatever. I went on another date with photography guy about a week later, and I picked him up at his I went to his house to meet him, and he wasn't finished getting ready. So I went in, and I was um standing in the living room, and I looked over on the bookshelf, and I was like, what the hell is that? And I realized that's my journal on his bookshelf, like 3 books down in the bookshelf. And I was just like, what? And like, it's my color. I was just like, there's no way he didn't know that that was my journal. And so I didn't know what to say at the moment. So I just grabbed it, I put it in my purse, and then we went on the date. And I was just like a little taken aback. And so oh no, he didn't take a trophy, Jonathan. He took the journal. And what I realized was he had obviously 2 things happened here. I realized over the last week, he had been using the information in the journal, trying to use it to get more, like, better with me, I guess. But like I said, I have ADHD. My journal is very, very scattered. It really doesn't make sense to anybody. And secondly, and this, I think this was the best part about this, right? There wasn't a word about him in it. There was a word about other guys, but not him. He didn't make it. Oh, I just imagine him frantically page turning, just waiting. So I did confront him about the journal. The next day, I was like, hey, so I found this in your house. And he sort of played it off like, oh, I don't know how that got there. I was like, yeah, I don't believe you at all. Um, that's fucking creepy, dude. And then you know what he did? He bought me a journal that's similar in color, but didn't quite understand that you can't. Okay, so basically, in the type of relationship that I wanted and I was having and I had gotten out of, am I back, by the way? Anyways, the type of relationship I wanted was one built on respect and trust and growth. So that means you have to do step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4 before you can get to step 69 or whatever step it is. Can you guys not hear me? Or can you see me? It probably is Nana. He got me a My Little Journal. I'm sorry, guys, if it keeps freezing. I apologize. I hope you heard that journal story. Maybe I'll tell it again later. Well, no, Electric Head, I believe that he would be nearby. Damn it! Am I frozen again? Can you hear me though? Is it working now? That was probably a legitimate Nana curse because I asked her to turn down Breaking Bad. That's exactly what happened there. Um, thank you guys for sticking with me here. And yes, if you are just tuning in, please do hit live, get right live up to where we are. Okay, so what about the lock on the journal? I still have that journal. I took it, of course, but I wasn't about to use it. And so sad part about that, unfortunately, guys, is that um I was very jaded to use a journal ever again. I really felt very violated, and it was absolutely difficult to get back to that. I try. I have another journal. Again, it's like why it happened like that, I don't know, but and again, the gold ticket in there is that literally not a word about him. And this wasn't our first date, by the way. Like, we had been seeing each other for a while. And apparently wasn't able to figure me out. So, well, you don't write down your crimes. Never write down any crimes. That's important. Okay, guys, let's continue. I'm gonna make this salad. If you notice, this is a twisted Caesar salad that I'm gonna be having tonight. And it's yummy. Yeah, my phone's going off. Okay. I don't know what that was actually. Okay, let's keep going. That is not what I wanted to make smaller. I wanted to make me smaller. So I can sit right here beside Mr. Adeniji and just chill with him. Hey, Mr. Adeniji, how you doing? I think the twisted part is that there's avocado in the dressing. I'm not really sure. Live chat should be there. Amy, we're here. She only sees her. It's Friday night though, you guys. We're all losers, no offense, but we are. And also, everybody else is too. And they're all at home. This is like peak internet usage time. And until YouTube Daddy comes through with those points, well, whatever he gives, money, I can't upgrade my internet yet. It will one day though. Okay, let us continue now that I'm in the chat.
Thank you. All right. Let's see. You were brought in on the 14th. I don't think I have seen this young man yet. Level 1 outstanding. When? How long has he been level 1 outstanding? It doesn't say that on here.
Your Honor, the lowest he's been, he dropped down to level 3 unacceptable actually on the 23rd of December. And that was due to just being very argumentative, prolonging the shower and not following instructions. And he has worked his way up to level 1 outstanding. And I believe he's been on a level 1 outstanding for a couple of days now.
Okay. So from the 23rd till a couple days ago, it took him that long to get back to level 1 outstanding?
Let me look and see. He was, let's see, he was level 1 out, he was level 3 unacceptable on the 23rd. The 20th was level 3 acceptable. The 25th, level 3 outstanding.
We don't have a nickname yet for Judge Terry. We should think of that. Well, in my mind, I consider her like Judge perfect parent. Like sometimes she says things like, well, have you tried blah blah blah? And you're like, oh, like you just said fixing the problem without like any sort of how to's. Like life is not simple. Sometimes judges do this and it bothers me. They just are absolutely baffled at the fact that some people have challenges more than they do, and that some kids are just literally at a huge disadvantage. And Judge Terry is, yeah, I don't know why. I didn't used to hate her as much. And I honestly used to think she was like nice, like, oh, thank God it's Judge Terry today. The kids will get a break. But again, Judge Kim makes all the decisions in this court. None of these people make a decision on their own. You'll notice that when Judge Kim wants to make absolutely sure, he'll say to his assistant, what is her name? What is his assistant's name? It might be Sarah. Anyways, so judge's assistant, and he'll say, make sure that this one gets noted that it's not to be dealt with, little Kim, that it's not to be dealt with without district judge approval. Stephanie, her name is Stephanie, sorry. Stephanie is Judge Kim's judicial assistant. So Stephanie will set it up for you, but Stephanie, put on that thing that it's not to be done without without district judge approval. And because he's the district judge, and then he was elected as the judge, and then he appointed Judge Terry and Judge is it Streamlabs or is it Me Labs? Also, about the giving points, I have to learn about this, so that's on my list of things to do, guys. Okay. Judge Boring. Judge There's not even a, yeah, Judge Poppins. Oh, thank you, these teams. And hi, everybody. I hope you're all doing well, okay? Um, blame Streamlabs 1000%. That guy is a jerk, seriously. Like, in and out of all these stupid chats. Yeah, all these stupid chats. No, he's in and out everywhere and ruining things. Judge Mudd, that was good. I really don't understand why you can and can't get points. Anyways, let's continue.
The 26th, level 2 outstanding. And then the 29th, he was level 1 outstanding, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. So he's just ever since the 29th then, so for the last.
Yes, ma'am. I apologize. Yes, ma'am.
That's okay. That's all right.
So that's been 9 days, Judge.
He's got a good solid over a weekend. Yes, thank you, Mr. Adenichi.
That's correct.
Ooh, he's a mess. He tested positive for amphetamines when he came in. Got a history of being verbally and physically abusive towards the victim in this case. He's on probation for possession of controlled substance.
Judge, I'm not sure if any of the parents are here, if they can.
Yeah, I was just going to ask that if any of the parents.
I'm here. Yes.
Okay, your mom? Okay. All right. Okay, Mom, I mean, and you can parent how you want in your house, but am I correct in understanding that the girlfriend had stayed the weekend at y'all's house?
She was having difficulty with her family, and so
Okay.
yes, she did.
Okay. All right, I'm looking.
Jesus Christ, Judge Terry, I walked away and you didn't even say anything the whole time.
Oh, he's set for tomorrow morning.
Yes, ma'am. I believe it's with Judge Porter, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. I was just looking at that. Yes, it is in front of Judge Porter. Well, Luca, I am happy that you have been level 1 outstanding for the last 8-9 days. That is really going to go a long way for you in front of Judge Porter tomorrow. However, because you have shown us that you are likely to reoffend and just that your court date's tomorrow, I don't want to give you an opportunity to mess things up between today and tomorrow. So I am going to go ahead and detain you today, and you'll see Judge Porter tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good, Judge.
You're welcome. Okay, Quentin Sales.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm Judge Terry. This is your 10-day detention hearing. The purpose of this hearing is to determine whether I can release you to a parent or guardian or if I should keep you detained. You have the right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney, and your attorney is Mr. Adenichi. Do you see him?
Yes, ma'am.
And let's see, you've been here since the 10th for a violation of a court order after a DTA. And I really don't need to go through much else because you're level 3 outstanding.
Yes, ma'am.
So what do you think that means I'm supposed to do?
Detain me?
Yes, plus let's see, there's a placement search going on. Oh, you actually attempted to escape on the 1st, just last week.
That is correct, Judge.
I haven't seen that one yet in my short time here. And I feel like you're asking, I feel like you're begging. I know there's a placement search going on, but I feel like you're begging for the court to send you to TJJD.
No, man, that's
You
not.
should really reconsider that.
I don't know that he's begging for that, Judge.
Well, I mean, his actions look like it. His
Oh,
actions,
I see.
like if you, I'm
That's,
sure, Mr. Antoniji, I'm sure you've told him that's a possibility.
oh,
Right?
yeah. The
Oh, I'm
judge,
sure you have.
the
And-
judge also have told him the last time, and we
Oh.
understand that, but we are working towards getting the other option that's better. I mean, Mr. Houston is our main point now. If we can get Mr. Houston on board, we'll be good.
Well, if we can get Mr. Sales on board with his behavior, that's who really needs to be on board, right, Mr. Sales?
Yes, ma'am.
I don't want to see anybody go to TJGD. Like, I really don't. It's, over dumb stuff like this, with stuff that you can control. Okay, you are in control of this.
That is
So,
correct, Judge.
you need to take the reins back, Mr. Sales, and straighten it up and give the court something to work with. Okay.
Yes,
Obviously, I
ma'am.
have to detain you. So,
Thank you, Judge.
thank you.
Okay, thank.
But I'm sorry, was there a parent here for him? I didn't see anybody. Recognize anybody?
He was given the Zoom link this morning.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right. Keith Sentmore. Is there a parent or guardian here for him?
Yes, ma'am. His
And
mom.
Ms. Coffey?
Yes.
Okay. All right, Mr. Sentmore, I'm Judge Terry. This is your 10-day detention here.
Hold on. There's two things. What are the books behind him? Can anybody zoom in on that and see what they all are? They're all the same. Secondly, I have a mission that I need you guys to help me with. These salads come with, it says here, corn kernels, okay? They are underselling the corn kernels. The corn kernels are like freeze dried or something, and they are like crunchy. I don't know if you can hear that. I'm gonna do this right at the mic. If anybody's grossed out, I'm sorry, but listen to the crunch, okay? Do you hear that crunch? I want to buy them. I want to buy freeze dried or whatever it is, corn kernels. I cannot find them. I've asked at grocery stores. I've looked online. You can't find them. I can't buy them without the salad. I want to. I'm at the point where I'm going to have to be emailing these people, this company. I'm going to have to email Fresh Express. Where are they located? Oh, they have a phone number. Maybe I'll phone them. I'll phone them. Because I even looked on the ingredients list and it is it's like, oh, this is really boring. I'm sorry guys, but it's really, it doesn't say. Anyways, I am going to call them. But you can't have corn, Amy? Oh my gosh. I really love corn, guys. I love corn so much. Streamlabs should not have blocked anybody. Streamlabs is a jerk though. So toasted corn kernels. Okay, maybe I will do that. Let me see if that's it. Anyways, seriously, all those books behind him are the same, right over here. Oh, there. Yeah. Oh, God, I want them. The law library at the juvenile detention. But anyways. Trish, what did the corn say before someone ate it? It said, "See you later." That's funny. Okay, let's go.
Hearing. Purpose of this hearing is to determine whether I can send you back home to mom or if I should keep you detained. You have a right to remain silent and you have a right to an attorney, and your attorney is Mr. Adjaniji. Do you see him here on the Zoom screen with us? You have your hand raised. Do you see Mr. Adjaniji here?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. All right. Wow, Mr. Adjaniji, this let's see. I haven't seen this young man yet either. He was brought in just before Christmas for unlawful carrying of a weapon. Let's see, by Fort Worth PD. Traffic stop by a gang enforcement officer. Smelled like marijuana. Probable cause search because of that. Glock 42 with a loaded mag and a bag of what appeared to be marijuana were found under the back right passenger seat where he was sitting. Officer asked what he was doing. He replied it was for protection. Gun was confirmed stolen. Serial number scratched off on the muzzle. Additional charges are possible. Obviously, THC and maybe tampering. Okay. Got previous supervisory cautions for possession of marijuana, theft of property, and evading. Well, he had 3 chances before. Positive for marijuana when he came in. Level 3 outstanding, and he's aware of everything. What happened on the 5th? I'm just curious how he went so long, and then on the 5th he gets to level 3.
There was a handful of minor infractions that he picked up, as well as trading his snacks, and I think that's why Keith he's raising his hand.
Okay. Did you have a question, Mr. Sentmore?
No, ma'am, but I had something to say.
Okay, if it's about the gun or the offense or anything, I don't think Mr. Adjaniji would like you to say anything about that.
No, ma'am, it's not about that.
Okay, go ahead.
Is it anything you didn't tell me last night when we spoke?
I couldn't hear you.
What you want to tell the court? Did you tell me that last night when we spoke?
Can you say that again?
When we spoke last night, did you tell me what you want to tell the judge now?
Yes, sir. I was trying to tell her that right now.
No. Did you tell me the information you, judge? Did you tell me last night?
Sir, I'm not sure what you mean.
So what he's asking you, whatever it is that you want to say to me, have you discussed it previously with him?
Oh, yes, sir.
You did?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Go ahead.
I wanted to say that I'm sorry for not being a level 1, but I was a level 1 the whole time I was here. I just had one thing that messed me up bad with my level. It was the snack.
The probation officer just told the judge that. So you're not adding anything.
Yeah, that's okay. And I think Mr. Sentmore really probably is regretful, and that's why he wanted to let the court know that. And it may seem, what I'll say to you is that, trading snacks, stuff like that may seem like a silly little stupid thing, but you're out there, you're accused of doing a pretty big thing out there, right? That's what got you in here, and you've been given chances before. And so we need to know that because if you can follow the silliest rules or what seems so silly, then we can trust to release you back home while this stuff is pending, okay? It's an indicator that you know how to follow the rules and you can follow instructions, okay? So just get back to level 1 and that's all we need. That's the rule. I mean, the rule is the rule. There can be excuses or reasons why you may not be in level 1 outstanding, but that's just where you got to be, okay?
Judge, can we have, how does the mom feel about consideration of releasing him? Because the last time we were here, the mom wasn't really too comfortable.
Well, I mean, it's not even an issue today because he's level 3. So it's just
I know, Judge.
You just want to see where she's feeling right now. That's fine.
Yes, because
I'll listen to her.
Yes.
I'll hear her, yes.
Is the mom here?
Yes.
She's here. You have to unmute yourself, ma'am. I don't think her audio is connected.
We can't hear you, ma'am. You are muted.
I don't think she knows how to take herself off of mute.
I don't even think her audio is connected. So I tell you what, Mr. Adeniji, why don't you handle that?
She's
Oh,
good
there
now.
she goes.
Y'all hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
I feel, I mean, he lives with his dad in Louisiana. So if I know I have to wait till all the court stuff is over before I could send him back, but I rather his daddy have control of him more than me.
Okay.
Well,
That's what
I
I
mean,
want to know.
we got to have someone to release him to when it's time. I have a feeling he will be at level 1 outstanding by the next time, and he will stay there, you know. So, or, you know, Mr. Adeniji, you know what to do if you find out he gets there before then. You know, maybe we can
Yes.
do something then. So,
But from what she's saying, am I hearing you correctly that you would rather, if he's released, it goes to the dad?
I can come pick him up and all that, but I want to drive him straight to Louisiana by his dad. But if not, he could just have to stay here.
But you understand you can't do that with the approval of the court, right?
Yes.
Okay.
all right. So for now, he's detained, and so, Mr. Sentmore, get back to level 1, okay?
Thank you, Judge.
All right, thank you. And that concludes our detention hearings for today.
Good to see you, Judge.
You too. Happy New Year, everybody.
You too.
Thank you.
How do I hang this up?
How do I hang this up? She says. Let's let everyone trickle in. I'm going to turn off the sound for you guys for them, just so that I can talk without it echoing to you guys. But we'll let everybody stream in here, and then we'll start this hearing. So for anybody new here, these are old hearings. They're originally okay, guys. Now they being loud to me. These are originally aired in 2020. They are 323rd District Court of Tarrant County, Texas. And this is a juvenile detention hearing. Something may be different from a normal hearing you watch would be these are juvenile detention hearings being held in Texas. There are different standards used. They are not, a juvenile is not entitled to a presumption of bond or pretrial release. However, a judge is tasked with looking at the situation and determining if there is a safe and suitable place to release that child to, or if they may be a danger to themselves or others and would need to be detained. Once a child is initially brought into department, they are seen within 2 business days by a judge and every 10 business days thereafter if they are detained. So what happens often, this is a series that we've been watching. And so these kids, we'll see the same kids very often over and over again. The judge often likes to go through their history, which is sort of the exciting part. But that happens. But this courtroom is unique for a couple other reasons. One of the reasons is that this courtroom is very strict on the behavior that they accept within the court and what they expect of parents. They have parents coming on Zoom and they can't show up late. That is not something that you can be doing. You shouldn't be wearing hats. Do we have a hat in here? Yeah, we got a hat over there. And Judge Kim, as this goes on and on, the list of no's gets longer and longer. At the beginning of these hearings, Judge Kim will come on and say, "Don't have your domesticated animal." Oh, there he is. He's right underneath. Okay, I will move out of the way. We'll let him do the talking. Remember to vote in the chat. My everybody here is amazing. So if you have any questions, ask them. And also you can vote as many times as you want. You're allowed to change your mind. We all learn, we all grow. Secondly, some people might think we are a bit judgmental. We are in a way, but we are very caring as well. And it is, hold on, Kim, not ready yet. It is important to remember that my goal with rewatching these hearings and seeing these things again is not all about entertainment. Rather, it's about learning and trying to see what we can do. This group, our chats and my channel viewers are amazing, and it's a great community expression of care, and that's really what I want to uh, encourage. But I will pre-warn, and I guess maybe I should do this, and sometimes it's hard for me because I watch court all day. I forget that some things can be triggering to people, some things can be absolutely upsetting. And so don't ever feel bad if something isn't sitting right with you and you have to leave. That I'm never going to be worried about that or upset. It's absolutely more important for you to take care of your mental health. However, I can handle it. So I'll be here watching them and you're welcome to join me. But I want you guys to just keep that in mind. We do hear things that are sad. When you see me waving this around, this is my red flag, because honestly, I talk way more, but I keep myself muted most of the time just to keep it flowing. But I'll be screaming, waving this around because red flags, right? The other thing is you'll see me here. I'm in the Zoom call, if you will, but I move myself around sometimes, and there is generally a room that will pop up on this Zoom call called the juvenile parent room. And unfortunately, we often see parents that are not at these hearings for whatever reason. And sometimes I slip myself into that little spot there just to try and, even though we're 3 years late, to give them a little bit of help. I myself have a child who's 14 years old, so I'm well aware of what this type of situation and how it can happen. And so, we try and take everything with a bit of, I don't even know, a grain of salt, a shot of tequila. No, well, actually, I don't drink, but anyways, we will continue. Judge Kim likes to wear a bow tie. My theory on it is that Judge Kim is very, I don't know. I used to think he was a real jerk all the time, but what I really think is that he finds some kids that system works best for. He needs to push them that way, and he does. And so, but sometimes it's me. Anyways. Let us go ahead and continue. I'm going to grab my salad too. I appreciate you guys helping me with the roasted corn/corn thing. I'm going. Okay, here we go.
Comply with the Texas Supreme Court Emergency Order number 30 related to the coronavirus. We are not conducting in-person proceedings. However, we are using Zoom, and to comply with the Open Courts Act of the Texas Constitution, we are broadcasting these proceedings on YouTube so the public may observe what is occurring inside a public courtroom in an effort for transparency in government. No portion of this broadcast may be recorded, copied, or published. Violations are punishable by contempt of court of up to a $500 fine and 6 months in the Tarrant County Jail. The court does expect all participants to behave as if they were in court, which means if you are a participant but not an officer of the court, then you are expected to have your cameras on and with your face in view of the camera. Please refrain from having bright lights from behind your head as that shadows out your face, and kind of moving objects, ceiling fans, being in a moving car, or having domesticated animals. Please do not be in bed or laying down, using the lavatory or taking showers. I do mention this because this has all happened before. What else is there? Yeah, you need to be appropriately dressed. And yes. All right, so let me just look here. Wow. Good. All right, so we'll go and start with Brian Hernandez. All right, Mr. Hernandez, I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing. When a kid's brought in, you have to see a judge within 2 days. I've decided whether to keep you in custody or to release you. If I keep you here, you have to see a judge every 10 days while you're here. You have the right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. If you cannot afford one, we'll provide one for you. Rafael Sierra has been appointed as attorney for this hearing. All right, so Mr. Hernandez, you're 15, just turned 15 years old last week. All right, so yesterday, almost midnight, Grand Prairie got an email about a stolen vehicle. They ran the plates, came back to stolen from Arlington. They got there where the car was last seen. They found the vehicle, tried a traffic stop. The vehicles failed to stop, and there was a pursuit. Car ran through several stop signs and red lights, finally came to a stop. All 4 occupants bailed out. Officer chased the driver into an apartment complex, yelled at him to stop several times, but he failed to stop, and he was arrested. So Brian was arrested and transported here. Brian is currently, you were brought in October for an assault case, and then last March for burglary of a vehicle, which was dismissed for DPP. We've been drug testing and positive for methamphetamines and marijuana. You're not enrolled in school. Mom says she's had no issues. Do we have a parent here?
No, Your Honor. She was called last night, informed of the detention hearing today, and I attempted several times this morning to contact her, and her phone does not accept voicemail, so I was unable to leave her a voicemail also.
Yeah, I'm just kind of curious how your mom says there's no problems with this kid, but he's not even enrolled in school. All right. Well, Brian, you're arrested for unauthorized for burglary of a vehicle, and now you're caught in a stolen car and evading from the police, and you're using methamphetamines. And so I think you're a danger to yourself if I was to release you. Now, you raise your hand. If you have a question for me, I don't think your attorney minds you asking me a question, but if you want to tell me something, I'm sure your attorney wants you to stay quiet. So do you have a question for me, or do you want to tell me something?
I got a question.
Okay, what's your question?
I've not done methamphetamine. I don't know why I showed up.
Okay, that's not a question. You know what a question is?
Yes.
Okay. So the question starts with who, what, where, when, how. Like, that's not a question. So I'll tell you how you show for positive for methamphetamines is you're using methamphetamines, right? So, I mean, you can't tell me that you're not when you are. So don't make your situation worse and lie to me. All right,
Yes,
so I'm
sir.
going to go ahead and detain you for your drug use. Thank you, Brian.
Thank you,
Roger,
Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Sierra.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, Mr. Jones, I'm Judge Kim. This is a 10-day hearing, deciding whether to keep you or release you. If I keep you here, then you see a judge every 10 days while you're here. You have the right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. You turned 16 years old last month. Currently, you're pending a jury trial. This is the case where they're saying that you spent the night at a friend's house and shot mom's boyfriend while he's sleeping. Do we have a parent here?
No, sir. Mom is at work.
Okay.
Couldn't take off.
Okay. So, and shot him in the head while he's sleeping just to steal his cell phone, then ran off. So I'm concerned about the safety of the public if I was to release you. I know you've been here for a while and that disturbs me, but because of coronavirus, we are limited in what kind of court proceedings that we have. We are not allowed to conduct jury trials until we have an all clear from the public health official for Tarrant County. So meanwhile, I think he's level 1-0, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, yeah, I appreciate that. That is
How would it be, Judge?
in your trial about your behavior level. All right, Mr. I need you, did you have something?
I was saying, you're asking if he's on level 1. I said always been.
Yes, if I recall, he's always behaved here. So I'm glad to see that. Mr. Jones.
He's a model person back there.
More than what?
He's a model person back there.
Oh, yes. And well, so you don't get credit for doing what you're supposed to do. He's supposed to be a model person back there, right? But Mr. Jones, I hope you understand where I'm coming from because of the nature of the offense. It's so serious.
And there, Judge Kim literally undercuts himself because he's unable, and this is how I interpret this because I am neurodivergent, I have ADHD. And the reality is, a lot of the kids that he is seeing also do too. Okay. So when he says you don't get rewarded for the things that you're supposed to do, maybe they don't, but if they did, they would do better. It would behoove them to try and realize. And here, absolutely, this kid did something absolutely atrocious, absolutely not acceptable. However, I don't think it's unfair. I think it's unfair that they don't. I mean, if you're going to have level 1 be the base, then have a level 1 gold or whatever, so that you can say, like, hey, this is how you have to be, and these are the kids that are above board. Because I can understand the frustratingness of not, yeah, positive reinforcement versus punishment versus uh, a nearness in time to consequences, basically. Anyways, let's continue. I think that Judge Kim, it's so funny to me though, because he wants to do his best. He wants to help the kids, but there's something within him that seems morally unable to acquiesce sometimes. Like, Judge Porter is very good at saying, wow, you are on level 1 and you have been this whole time, and I am proud of you, and I know it's hard, and I thank you for doing this. But Judge Kim can't do that. We have seen this kid before. We've seen this kid over and over again. And maybe, maybe Judge Kim does do that sometimes, but he doesn't always. I think that but Judge Porter, I've heard, do a lot better at having, yeah, I know the reward's getting out these hands. The problem is when you have somebody, let's say, who's ADHD or ODD, oppositionally defiant disorder, which a lot of these kids would be absolutely diagnosed with, you are going to have kids that respond absolutely differently than a standard person that's totally on their track for development. So I'm not saying that this kid, like, what I'm saying has nothing to do with the kid who he's in front of, or who's in front of him right now. It's an overall feeling of how the system should be for all of them, not 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 really based on what they've done. I'm not saying let him out. I'm saying don't take away from the fact that he's done what some kids can't do. And again, the I don't think this kid should be let out. I think that Judge Kim should be careful about negating somebody's accomplishment of doing the right thing just because in his mind it's the right thing and so it's easy to accomplish. Whereas for somebody that may have some neurodivergent issues, doing the right thing every single day is very difficult. I spoke about this in my ADHD video. I, as an adult woman, before I was diagnosed with ADHD, would wake up and say, I'm going to be good today. I'm not going to fight. I'm not going to do this. I'm not going to argue. And I couldn't, even though I wanted to. So until I got treatment. And then once I got treatment, I was so much better able to make good choices for myself. And so I'm not saying that that's an excuse for everything, but what I am saying is that at this facility, they're dealing with kids. The rate of these mental conditions with these kids is going to be huge. So it would behoove them, again, it's frustrating for somebody when they look at a person's behavior as a moral failing rather than an executive functioning disorder, basically. But some of these kids, that's exactly what it is. And so even though it might feel better to punish them or to sort of make them, and they already are, they're being punished. They're in a detention facility where the rules are very strict. It, to me, it doesn't make sense to try and break them down even further by saying you're supposed to do that. That's not good. His lawyer is trying to give him a boost and say, yes, he's been on level 1 the whole time. He's a model. And he didn't want to say prisoner or detainee or defendant. He said he's a model person back there. And Judge Kim can't even admit that. But that's because the kid pew-pewed somebody. And of course, that's horrible. But I'm just saying, as a whole, they probably need to look at that a little bit different. And with that, I'm going to eat some salad and we'll continue on. Jonathan's pulling his lasagna out of the um, oven at home. And Carrie, you're totally right. Some have to be there because there's no one at home to monitor them. Monica, absolutely. It is so sad. They're trying to repair the parents' job. Absolutely. And that's why I've said it before and I'll say it again, folks. When you ask me, oh, well, how would you solve the problem if you were in charge? Okay, do you take a lot of this money that they are working with right here? Because this phone call that I'm in right here, this is like thousands and thousands of dollars of wages just on this phone call. And they do this like 3 times a week. That's not even talking about the cost of housing these kids, etc. If you took that money, you put it into early childhood intervention with a focus on families and parents and not alienating them, but in just it supporting them, then you would have much less of this later on. But again, it takes a lot of ability to see the bigger picture when you have to spend money on something that is not going to pay off a return on investment the most normal way. So it's not like you're going to be like, wow, we made all these kids became amazing and it's perfect. What you have is, hey, in 15 years down the road, our mental health system is less burdened and our jail facilities are less burdened and therefore able to focus on the really needy cases as opposed to the ones that were able to be intervened and dealt with at a younger age by other people. Also, we need to be paying early childhood educators and teachers more money, obviously. And again, I have some experience with this. I had a child when I was 20 years old. I started a mommy group. We had 5 moms. We had 500 local moms by the time I was done. And I worked with lots of different parents through parenting issues and enjoyed doing that. And the reality is most people do want to try. And I believe that accessing them even before the baby is born. We used to have a group called Almost Mommies, which was for pregnant women. And I would have those people coming to group meetings so that even before their babies have come, they are building a support system around them so that when something goes wrong, when they feel funny, when something is hard, they already have places to reach out to and people that they trust and that can help. And this is not just for women, this is for men. That was a huge part of the group that I ran. And I facilitated all of those groups in person so that people could grow and make those friends that they still have today that support them in the challenge of parenting. And I think that we do that in our court chat as well. We support each other through all the things that we go through. Gracie's mentioning looking up ACE, Adverse Childhood Events. Gracie is a great resource in these chats. Thank you. And I believe that Gracie is mentioning that because there's a lot of things that can trigger and sort of exacerbate behavioral issues in children, and they aren't always, just what you'd think. And so I do believe that it's it's something important for us to talk about and to be more open about. Like I said, I wasn't diagnosed with ADHD till I was 27. So like I failed high school. I didn't graduate on time because I failed. I was failing school constantly. I have similar sort of attitudes to some of these kids, and that's why I feel for them. So it is Gracie's saying it's a questionnaire that gives you a score. It predicts future health problems and shows what adversely affects us as kids. Interesting. I will definitely be checking that out, Gracie T. I already know that with ADHD, my frontal lobe and my like development is already stunted by probably like 25 to 30%. So at 35, which is how old I am now, I am just now working with probably what full deck I'm going to have in terms of emotional intelligence and abilities to make good decisions for myself. And man, if I knew then what I know now, right? Parental classes while pregnant and youth would absolutely help. Absolutely. I'm Lamaze certified to teach Lamaze prenatal classes. I've been a doula, and I've also popped out my own baby. But I think, interestingly enough, where I am, the youth, the key is not like programs, it's like making a community. So it's not like this group is for teenage moms. It's like this is for moms and you're a mom now, so become part of it. I was like 20, but I looked quite young, and I got a lot of judgment from people that would think I was a nanny or that thought I had like was a teenage mom. And funny enough, very quickly, it became me being a person of resource for a lot of these women that were way older than me, that had waited, that had done the right thing by society standards. They had jobs, careers, houses, homes, all the things that I didn't necessarily have as much, but yet they were just as unsure as I was, and we had to work through it together. I also think that you're totally right, these hands. And I always say the parents of these kids that we're watching here likely were not parented very well themselves at all. And we have to give grace there as well. We have to really understand that. But again, here's a great, obvious help, right? Like, let's say you don't invest in the early childhood education, but you decide, hey, we do want to help. Children in this situation at this age, diagnosed with ADHD or ODD, the likelihood of one of their parents being undiagnosed is like huge, is like 80%. So I think it should be a family approach yet again. You go and you're going to identify who in that family is also an undiagnosed person. And then you help them, because disruptive parenting is really what triggers a lot of these behavior issues. So it's when a parent, like, and as a person who had ADD untreated as a parent, I can see why. It's very hard to regulate yourself and do that all the time. So that's hard on children. They don't understand. They just don't know. So you have to try and break the cycles and learn to reparent yourself. Oftentimes I spend a lot of time going, well, what would you tell somebody else that you love to do in this situation? Or what would you tell a little kid anyways. Let's continue. We'll see what Judge Kim has to say. I think I got started on this tangent because he was being a little bit mean to these kids. Oh, also, disclaimer, I'm Canadian, by the way. So I don't even have a right to really judge a lot of this. But I think it's very similar where I live. But that disclaimer there, I am totally Canadian. So my knowledge is created on the computer. It's been over the years, but I believe we deal with the same mental health issues here. So let's continue and see what else we've got. And I really appreciate having you all in the chat. Jonathan, yeah, as if that's the first time you've heard that. Let's go. Oh, I'm having ginger ale.
I'm concerned. It's a homicide. I'm concerned about releasing you. All right. Thank you, Mr. Jones.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Mr. Adniji. Aaron Ortiz. All right, Mr. Ortiz, I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing. I'm deciding whether to keep you or release you. If I keep you, you have to see a judge every 10 days while you're here. You have the right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. Aaron, you're 17 years old. You just turned 17 last month. Let's see. Back in September, you were referred by Grapevine PD for two burglary of vehicles. They're saying in September, about 11:30, they were dispatched for burglaries in progress. Witness saw two Hispanic males, later one identified as Aaron Ortiz, and his brother, located in an apartment complex, lifting up door handles to try and open them. They found a black purse and found ID when they got on the scene. Contacted the victim. Police said that they spoke with Aaron and Jesse. Aaron was confrontational with officers, but Jesse was cooperative. They said they entered into two vehicles, took items, including some cash, but that was returned to the victims. Then in November, you were brought in by Grapevine. According to the report, in October, they met with a victim and her son. The victim said that he had friends over who left his apartment about 1 o'clock. Eric couldn't find his car keys. They give a description to Aaron and Jesse, of Aaron and Jesse. They said they didn't have the car through Instagram. They lived in the same apartment. There was surveillance that showed Aaron and Jesse. Aaron admitted to driving the vehicle and handed the officer the keys. All right. So in December, there's an out-of-custody referral from early in December, well, 5 days before he turned 17, where it shows Aaron and Jesse stealing $615 out of the victim's closet. The victim's younger brother allowed them into the home while he was at work. Victim contacted Aaron, Jesse, and before he could ask, Jesse said he didn't have any money. Victim added that his friend showed Aaron's Snapchat account showing Aaron holding up cash, smoking weed, and asking who's got smoke, trying to buy drugs on the internet. Well, crazy, Aaron. It's literally, do we have a parent here by chance?
Yes, sir. My mom speaks Spanish.
Okay. So it seems like literally the only way to keep you from stealing is to keep you akimbo. So I'm going to keep you akimbo. All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Judge.
Hazel Rios. All right, Hazel, I am Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing. When kids brought in, you have to see a judge within 2 days. I have to decide whether to keep you or release you. If I keep you here, you have to see a judge every 10 days. You have the right to be silent. You have a right to an attorney. And, oh, you know, I forgot to tell him. Maybe 1797 downtown. Oh, that's right. Oh, Mr. Nava. Next time you see your client, is Mr. Nava still here?
Your Honor, I'll speak with Mr. Ortiz.
Yeah, make sure he understands that he's 17 now. So if he's not a level 1, then I'm just going to have him housed downtown until his case is done. All right?
Thank you, Your Honor. I'll call him today.
All right, Hazel. You have the right to remain silent. You have the right to an attorney. Mr. Masek is your attorney. Do we have a parent here?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, yes, Judge.
Okay, so Hazel, 14 years old. You've never been here before. Let's see. From the report yesterday about 6 o'clock, Arlington responded to a domestic. When they got there, they met with mom. Found out that you evidently and your 12-year-old brother were arguing, and you started choking your brother. You also struck him several times about the body. You told the police that he struck you as well. Younger sister texted mom, who came home and separated them. She called the police and wanted officers to speak to both children about fighting each other. Mom was not home when the assault occurred, but came as soon as the youngest child texted her. So they arrested you for family violence by impeding breath, which is a felony level offense. Right. So does mom speak English?
Yes, Judge.
Yes, sure.
Hi, Mom.
Hi, Judge.
Okay. How many kids do you have?
3.
3. Okay. And how old is the youngest? I didn't see.
She is 10.
10. All right. So 10, 12, and 14.
Yes, Your Honor.
I'm going to tell him, like, should I be worried about Hazel, like, attacking her brother again?
No, I don't think so. She's a great kid, and I honestly believe this is not going to happen again.
Is it just something that went out of control? Just, you know what the original argument was about?
I still to this point I don't, Judge. Spoke to my son last night, and he says he still doesn't remember what really happened, or what the reason why they started arguing.
Right. Well, Mr. Sierra, could you not block the camera with your phone? I mean, you can turn the camera off, I don't mind, but it's just, you're holding up your phone right in front of your laptop camera.
Excuse me, Judge. I'm sorry.
That's right. So, Mom, tell me about her. How's Hazel in school?
She, I mean, now that, you know, we recently moved about 7 months ago down here. She is doing, she's doing well.
Where'd you move from?
Kilgore, Texas.
From where?
It's Kilgore, Texas, from going down towards Tyler, close to Tyler, Texas. But she.
Did she ever go to juvenile court in Smith County?
No, Your Honor.
What are her grades like?
She's a little low on her grades at the moment, but she's.
Hold on, what's a little low?
You know, she's failing at, I believe it's a subject, which is math. She's always honestly been struggling with math, but you know, it's not totally bad.
Mom, can we agree failing is not a little low?
Yes.
Okay. I understand you're trying, I mean, you want to show encouragement to your daughter, but we agree that failing is not acceptable, right?
Right.
So behaviorally, is she respectful to you?
Yeah, she is, Your Honor.
She follow your rules?
Yes, she does.
Now, my question is, are you minimizing or is she really following your rules?
She is. She really does follow my rules. She's always been a great kid.
Okay. Okay. Are you worried about the safety of your other children if I was to release her?
No, Your Honor, I'm not.
All right. So Hazel, this is where I'm at right now. I can decide two things. Oh, Mom, does she have a history of running away or walking out of the house?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Hazel, this is where I'm at. I can make one of two decisions. One is I can keep you here, let you get to level 1 outstanding, show you can behave, that you can follow the rules, that you can do what our detention staff tells you to do. And once you get to level 1.0, I can release you to your mom. Or you can promise me that you're going to be respectful to your mom, follow all her rules, get your grades to passing, and then I can let you go home today. Which one should I do?
Let me go with my mom.
Okay, so I will, but you understand that if you can't get your grades to passing in math, we will bring you back here just so you get re-enrolled here at Fort Worth ISD to make sure that you get your passing grades. You understand?
Yes, sir.
So just again, I feel for these kids. I'm just going to point out, I failed math 8. So I took math 8, failed it. Took math 8 again, failed it. No, passed with like 51%. Then I failed math 9 twice, math 10 twice. And then you don't have to do math 11 here. It literally took me like 3 times to pass math 10. And I was working at a bank, being the head teller, dealing with $500,000 easily, very well. But goddamn math could not do. And again, that's because I'm neurodivergent, so my brain doesn't work like that. And so Judge Kim would have had me damn back in jail for not passing math. And I didn't skip school. I went to class every day. I was trying. I just couldn't do it.
But your priority is being respectful to your mom and your siblings, okay? And then also to get your grades to all passing, okay?
Yes, sir.
I'm giving you this chance, but you're asking me for this chance, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We'll see how it goes. Thank you, Hazel.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Mr. Mesa. Koi Zahirniak. Zahirniak.
Sorry about that.
All right, Koi, I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing. I'm making a decision whether to keep you in custody, to release you, If I keep you in custody, you have to see a judge every 10 days while you're here. You have the right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. Do we have a grandparent or a parent here for Coy?
We
Yes.
have parents present.
Okay. Where are Coy's parents?
Right here. Michael's
Okay,
on
there
one
we go. Michael's iPhone. Thank you. All right, Coy, if you can't afford an attorney, we'll provide one for you. For today, we've appointed Miss Mills, who's here. Good morning, Miss Mills.
Good morning.
Good morning. How's Jason doing, by the way?
He's good.
Okay, good.
Busy.
Tell him hello for me.
I will.
Okay. So, all right, Coy, you're almost 17 years old. You have no history with us. Yesterday, around 11 o'clock, Fort Worth PD responded to a minor accident where you were the driver. You told the police you were driving from West Texas and you were running away. The vehicle was confirmed to be stolen out of West, belongs to Grandpa. You're also confirmed to be a runaway, so you were taken custody for unauthorized use of a motor vehicle and runaway. And so we're following up with Grandpa to see if you want to file charges. So Michael's iPhone, are you dad or grandpa?
I'm dad. Grandpa's right here.
Okay. Hi, Grandpa.
Hello, Ed.
You're from West, huh?
Yes, sir.
I love that town. I went to Baylor, so, you know, I
What's
can't
that?
tell you. I mean, 2 o'clock in the morning, trips we took up to the check stop. Okay. All right. So tell me, what's going on with Coy? And so does Coy live with dad or live with grandpa?
Okay, Judge, the thing is I got custody of Coy. I got sole custody. He's living with us, but he was acting out. He made a claim at school that I abused him, which is not true. And so I'm a cop, so, you know, that caused me little problems. And my wife works for juvenile probation, so that caused her a little problem. It was a complete lie. So we got him in counseling. We got him in to see a psychiatrist, which they gave him medicine, which we found out he's not taking. We've been doing everything, but we let him go live with grandma and grandpa, who are a block down the road, because I couldn't have these false accusations here. We have other kids. So we let him go live there, and we found out that he snuck out the other night. And then, of course, this happened.
Right.
He's going down the wrong road, and it's been ongoing for about the last 6 months. Just grades are down, not listening, not following directions, and
It's just a really crappy attitude.
real crappy attitude.
Okay. Well,
he has everything he needs here. He's got a great stability at home, financial wise. I mean, everything's fine. He just does not want to listen.
Oh, Dad, I'm glad we are in the business of fixing crappy attitudes. So you're in
Yes.
luck. All right. So I guess here's a question. Your wife works, you said, for JPD in McLennan County?
No, she works, yes, for McLennan County. She's a therapist there
Okay.
for juvenile probation.
Okay. All right. Well, let me ask you this. You said you got him some medication, which he wasn't taking. So that makes me think he's seeing a mental health professional.
Yes, he is. He had an
What is
appointment today. So
Can I ask what he's diagnosed with?
depression.
Depression. Okay.
Yeah.
Is there any kind of trauma-based history that we need to worry about?
No, just that when he was younger, his mom gave him up. So, I mean, that probably bothers him a little bit. He wants to go live with her, but
He does have contact with them.
he does have contact. She's clean. She's really good to him, but her stability there, I can't let him go live with her.
I understand. And what county does mom live in?
She lives in Louisiana. So mom's, yeah, she's not even close to here.
I understand. All right. Well, I'm going to kind of cut Grandpa out of this discussion because I really want this between Dad and me right now.
Okay, you understand.
And so my question for you is, because you're familiar, what agency do you work for?
I work for Hewitt PD. It's right next to Waco.
No, it's all right. I've been pulled over by Hewitt PD. So, okay. So, no, that was 30 years ago, but that didn't mean it didn't happen. All right. So, I mean, you deal with juveniles, and I want to defer to you. You're still dad. I have my own idea of what I think I would like to do in this situation, but I also want to give deference to you because you are familiar with the juvenile justice system. You're also very familiar with what happened, what it's like in McLennan County versus Tarrant County. Okay.
Yeah.
So what I would like to do is I would like to detain him for now. I would like to get him a psych eval. I would like to get what medications that y'all have. You can bring it up to us so we can make sure he's taking his prescription regimen and make sure it's balanced and working and he's taking it, because we can make him take his medication. You can't. right? I mean, it's just too
Exactly.
easy at home to refuse to take it. Here, if he doesn't take his medication, then he loses points. And if he's not a level 1 outstanding, he never gets out of here. Like, we'll just keep him until he gets a level 1 outstanding on his behavior level. So the kids all take their medication. If it doesn't work or it's not balanced right, we have him see the doctor even weekly to make sure he gets the right prescription. So it's something that's effective, but yet the side effects aren't unmanageable. And then once that balances out and he can behave, then that opens the door for the conversation to return him back home. Right now, that's what I would like to do at this point. I don't know how that fits in with what you think is best for your job.
That's what we need. He's going to be 17 here soon, and it's not going to be a game anymore.
Sure.
And he end up in the big boy jail, and so we need to cut it now and get it done.
I understand. And here's the thing, Coy. Right now, it may sound harsh what your dad's doing. Your dad's not saying this because he's trying to be a jerk, right? The stuff he's saying may make it seem like he's being a jerk, but he's not. He's saying this because he sees what I see every day that you don't. What he sees is what happens with kids that are making the wrong decisions, that don't understand that there are consequences to decisions. Now, look, Coy, good decisions come from experience. Experience comes from bad decisions, right? I'm treating you like a juvenile. And as long as you act like a juvenile, where you're saying every moment's a learning opportunity and a teaching opportunity, is something where you can do better with your life, that's the direction that we want. And you get on with your life, and this gets sealed. And even the DA here will tell you they don't like the fact that I'm very jealous about juvenile records. I am not a judge that likes to turn those over to any other agency. I think juvenile behavior is exactly juvenile behavior. Here's the problem, Coy, is if you refuse to be a juvenile and you insist on being an adult and making big boy decisions, then I'm going to treat you like an adult, and you're going to have adult consequences. Right? I'm really throwing the ball back in your court and let you make the decision how we go from here. So at this point, I'm going to go ahead and detain you. I'm going to order. Dad, when's the last time? He said there's no appointment today. When's the last time he was supposed to see a mental health doctor?
He was supposed to go to. He got on his. He got on his medication 1 month ago. He had a 1 month follow up today.
Okay.
To see how the medication's working, and individual therapy next Friday.
Okay, so he's going to miss out on the individual therapy. At this point, if you can tell, I guess, Mr. Kroll what the medication is, and maybe the doctor can send over records to our psychiatrist.
Okay.
I'm going to make a referral to schedule an appointment with our doctor. Our psychiatrist comes on Thursdays, so I'll have to wait till next week before he sees our psychiatrist. And then we will either continue the prescription or, based on what your son says, maybe alter the prescription to what he thinks is best. But Coy, if you're going to fight the system, you're going to lose. You can't win. Right now, since you're at Kimbo at our detention facility, you can't win this fight. You and I, if we're going to butt heads and we're going to see who can hold out longer, I promise you I can hold out longer, right? So one day if you wake up and say, you know what, I'm 16, almost 17, I just need to put up with the rules and put up with the structure and my dad and grandpa and whatever the judge says, and I got to do it for 15 more months and I'm on my own, man, that's all we're asking you to do. We're just asking you, while you're not 18 years old, that you just act like a kid and be a kid and follow rules like a kid. If you want to grow up and make adult decisions, you'll have adult consequences, all right? So, Coy, I'm just spelling this out for you. I'm very callous. I'm very neutral about this. It is what it is. I'm not treating you any different because your dad's a peace officer. When you're back there, you'll meet other kids, and they'll tell you this is exactly how I treat everyone else. Okay? There's no special good or special bad because of your family. Now, your grandpa seems like a real nice guy. I think he was wearing coveralls, right?
Yes.
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 Software.
And my staff is laughing because I wear coveralls too. That's as soon as I get home. They're coming back, I think. Anyway.
Judge, is there any way we can get a drug test? Because
yes, so
No, we don't need a drug test. We need a picture of Judge Kim wearing coveralls, overalls, whatever. Dungarees is what I would call them. If somebody could find me a picture of Judge Kim wearing dungarees, well, that's worth 10,000 points, I'll tell you that. Even if it's photoshopped. Just saying.
our thing is, I believe that I shouldn't give a drug test to every kid coming in. I'd give them drug tests when they come in the second time, but not the first. But if the parent is requesting a drug test, we will give them either a urine analysis, or if you would like that, we will give them a hair follicle test.
Probably the hair follicle.
Okay, yeah, that goes back three to 6 months, and so
Yeah, he's been acting off, and I thought it was the medicine. Well, he's not taking it, so it's not the medicine.
Now there may be there's some overlap. Certain psychotropic medication test positive for certain types of illegal drugs, so we'll know based on what his medication is. So, but yes, we will. So, Mr. Kroll, I'm going to go ahead and order a hair follicle test for this child.
The hair follicle only test for chronic use. I think overalls are full length.
So I'm ordering the psychiatric evaluation. Corey, they explained our behavior levels to you here, right? Okay. So you know about the do not associate, slow to comply, fail to comply. You've got to get to level 1 outstanding. I will tell you right now that unless you're level 1 outstanding, you will not get out. If you're level 1 outstanding, that doesn't mean you automatically get out. That just means it starts the conversation for me to seriously consider whether I release you or not. Okay? Coy, I know, so if you want to tell me something, I don't want you to say anything, but if you have a question for me, this is the time for you to ask, because otherwise you won't see me for 10 days. You have a question for me?
No, sir.
Okay. It's a difficult time. I'm just asking you to take this moment, hopefully that you can say either I'm going to follow the rules of society, the rules of Kimbo, the rules of my home, and I want to go back and just be a kid, or if you just want to fight the system, then understand that it's going to be a long and drawn out fight. Okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you, everyone. Dad, we'll get the Mr. Crawl. Yeah, thank you, Ms. Mills. Dad, Mr. Crawl will get you the results. We'll get a sample today or tomorrow or Monday. It takes about a week to get the results back from the lab. Our next detention hearing with your son will be in 10 days.
Yes, sir.
And of course, Ms. Mills, this is I don't know, you may want to talk to the father and see, since this child's a resident of McLennan County, if they will transfer the case, at post adjudication or leave it here in Tarrant. It's really, I don't know how. There may be a weird conflict because Dad does work with the courts and the same judges in McLennan County. It may be better to be kind of distant. It may be better for the child as well. But that's, of course, Coy, you've got a good attorney, Ms. Mills. I've known her for years and years. And she's a good one. All right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you, everyone. So at this point, I'm going to turn the docket over to Judge Porter for the remainder of today's detention docket. If I don't see everyone, have a wonderful weekend.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Judge Kim. Malika Keem Dotson.
Hold on, just before we start, Judge is here. Thank you for being here, Judge Porter. What I wanted to say was, can the chat please ask me how I am today? Please ask me, how are you, KCC? I'll wait. Oh, thanks, Lisa B. How are you today, KCC? These hands, Jonathan, Trisha, you're all asking? I'm better than I deserve! Because that is what Judge Porter loves to say. Thank you very much. Honestly, it is my favorite thing in the world because, okay, so Judge Porter loves to say that. So he always asks people, how are you? And they'll say, I'm fine, Judge. How are you? And if they respond with, how are you? Then he always goes, better than I deserve. Now, certain lawyers, you will see this, they cock block him with his better than I deserved. So he will set it up, and then he will be like, they'll respond with, well, I'm super, thanks, Judge. Appreciate you asking. No reciprocal ask. Therefore, he cannot say it. He waits. He is mad. Sometimes it's like a conspiracy where they decide, I think. They're like, no, we're going to cock block him today. He ain't getting no better than we deserves. Honestly, and yet again, here's one of those simple things like Judge Porter enjoys saying this so much that if you want to make him happy, you just set him up. You just set him up, right? Anyways, okay, guys, thank you so much for asking how I'm doing. I appreciate that. I'm better than I deserve. I would agree with that. I am better than I deserve. All right, let's continue. Let's see what Judge Porter's got on the docket for today.
Miss Blair, do we have a family here today?
Yes, Your Honor. She's coming in the parent room.
Wonderful. Are you Mr. Dotson?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Dotson, my name is Judge Porter. The law says when you're brought into detention and initially detained, you must see a judge every 10 business days thereafter. This is your 10-day hearing. You have the right to remain silent. You also have the right to an attorney, and your attorney, Ms. Hamrick, is here. I will note that you've been level 1 since December 26th. You were brought in on family violence. It's my understanding it allegedly concerned an argument with your brother in which you basically held a pair of scissors to his neck. Mom and Dad, do y'all want your son to come home?
I would love for Malik to come home. I want Malik to understand that there are rules that he must follow, and his schoolwork must be done. He cannot stay, and I have 3 other children, and it's just mandatory that he follow the basic simple rules and that schoolwork is done.
Are you worried about the safety of your other children if I let him go? Uh-oh.
I'm really not, but I'm still blown away that it even happened. That was, I would have said before that day that no way he would have ever done something like that, but he did. Now, do I think he will ever do it again? Oh, I pray and hope no, but no, really, I'm not, I don't think that he will.
Ms. Hamrick, do you believe that if I release Malik to his parents on the electronic monitor with the additional requirement that he comply with his medication management and that he does his schoolwork, do you believe he will comply with those 3 requirements?
I truly do, Your Honor. I've talked with him multiple times about this was a very unusual event, and he would love to take it back if he could, but we can't go back in time, so we just got to move forward. He wants to be back home with his family. He told me about his schoolwork. He loves his family. He wants to be back home. So I expect him to do everything that you would expect him to do.
All right. Malik, you have been level 1 since the 26th. You're level 1-0 today.
Porter?
Yes, ma'am. Claire.
His level, he's only been on level 1 since January 6th. He's been flip-flopping between level 1 outstanding and level 1 acceptable.
Correct. I know that. I noticed that. But he is level 1-0 today, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Malika, I'm going to authorize your release on the electronic monitor. However, I'm also authorizing your release on the condition that you comply with taking your medicine as prescribed to you, and that you have to do your schoolwork on time. If you don't do those three things, if you don't comply with the electronic monitor, you don't comply with your schoolwork, you don't comply with your meds, then mom is going to tell Ms. Blair, and you're going to come back to detention, where we can make sure that you follow the rules, that you take your medicine, and that you do your schoolwork. Okay? Are you in agreement with that?
Yes, sir.
All right. That'll be the order of the court. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good day.
Evan Rowe Garcia. All right. It's Mr.
John, I'm just reading the chat here, and he's saying they never let this many out. And I believe I have a funny joke that I think about in my head, because we're now in the beginning of January 2021. And so what I like to imagine is that they have very, very strict budgeting rules. And so the beginning of the year rolled around and somebody popped up and was like, yo, you got to get some of these kids out of here. And then they had to do it. But that's probably absolutely not what happened, but that's what happened in my pretend scenario that I make up.
Let's see. Good morning, Mr. Garcia. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm okay. Mr. Garcia, we met before. My name is Judge Porter. The law says when you're brought into detention and initially detained, you must see a judge every 10 business days thereafter. This is your 10-day hearing. You have the right to remain silent. You also have the right to an attorney, and your attorney, Mr. Adler, is here. Excuse me. Yeah, the court has previously found that probable cause exists to believe that you engaged in delinquent conduct sufficient to warrant your detention. So I will not go into the facts underlying the reasons why you were initially brought into detention. What I will talk to you about is your behavior level in the back. What is your behavior level in the back?
2-0.
What is it supposed to be?
Level 1-0.
So what do I have to do today? Do I have to detain you, or do I have to release you?
Detain me
And why?
because I'm almost there. I'm getting there, but like I'm not there.
You're not there, and you got to get there, and you got to maintain it.
Yeah.
Because that's what it takes to prove to me that you can follow the rules. And
Yes,
until
sir.
I'm convinced of that, you got to stay here, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. That'll be the order of the court today. Thank you, sir.
Bye, Mom.
I love you.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Adler. Brett Joshua Hall. Sorry, I'm trying to make him a hockey player. Good morning, Mr. Lockhart.
Good morning. How you doing?
Oh, better than I deserve. All right. Are you Mr. Hall?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Hall, my name is Judge Porter. The law says when you're brought into detention and initially detained, you must see a judge every 10 business days thereafter. This is your 10-day hearing. You have
Yes,
the
sir.
right to remain silent. You also have the right to an attorney, and your attorney, Melissa Hamrick, is here. Do you see her on the screen?
Yes, sir. I do.
All right. You were previously placed on probation by this court and ordered to placement, and the information provided to this court is that you ran away from Canyon State Academy from that placement and were unsuccessfully discharged. Am I correct, Mr. Lockhart?
Yes, that's correct, Your Honor.
And he is level 1 acceptable in the back. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Ms. Hamrick, what are your thoughts?
Your Honor, of course, he would love to go home. His parents would like him to be home. We have a hearing scheduled for next week. I've reached out to Zane, who is his assigned prosecutor, to discuss the case. I have not heard back from him. My client and his mother and his stepfather would get him back here if you were to release him. I understand because of his leaving and gone that if you did release him, I've cautioned him that He would be on an EM, and an EM will not keep him at home. It will just let us know if he runs away. So other than that, I will leave it completely to your discretion.
Thank you, Ms. Hamrick. Mr. Hall, you ran away from placement, you know, and you're only level 1 acceptable, not level 1 outstanding. So I'm not convinced that if I were to release you, you'd actually come back to court and not run away again. So on that basis, I have to order that you be detained today. All right, sir? We'll see you next week.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Malachi Blake Lester.
What?
Your Honor, if I may, father is here, as is Ms. Delaurier from CPS.
Oh, good. Thank you. I saw Ms. Delaurier earlier on the screen. There's, let's see, wait, there
She's
she
muted.
is. Okay. All right, are you Mr. Lester?
Yes.
Mr. Lester, my name is Judge Porter. The law says when you're brought into detention and initially detained, you must see a judge every 10 business days thereafter. This is your 10-day hearing. You have the right to remain silent. You also have the right to an attorney, and your attorney, Harmony Sherman, is here. Do you see her on the screen? All right, I see you nodding your head up and down. All right, the court has previously found that probable cause exists to believe that you engaged in delinquent conduct sufficient to warrant your detention in our facility. Mr. Lester, did Judge Kim talk to you about your behavioral levels when you initially came in?
Can you elaborate?
Okay. Have they talked to you about the difference between level 1 and level 2 and level 3?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what is the best level? Level 3, level 2, or level 1? Level 1. And within level 1, there are different grades within level 1, correct? What's the best level within level 1? Level 1, outstanding. You're correct. Now, what's your level today?
I'm not sure how many points I got taken from yesterday, but I might be 1A, but I should be 1O, if not 1A.
Okay, so 1 acceptable. Judge Kim's policy here is that he wants kids to be level 1 outstanding when they come for their detention hearing. And he requires that before we can consider you for release. Okay? Mr. Lewis, is mom here today?
Father is here, Your Honor.
Okay. Oh, okay. I see.
As is CPS, that has an open case.
Dad, have you had a chance to talk to Malachi while he's been back in detention?
Yes, talked to him a couple of times, and he's also talked to his mother a couple of times on the phone.
How are those conversations going? Are they sounding becoming more positive?
Well, actually, the last one he had with his mother, he argued with her a little bit, and it still stands. He didn't want to come home. I don't want him to come home until he gets help. That's what we're talking about.
Okay. Well, I can't release him today because he's not yet level 1 outstanding. And that's the requisite before I can consider it. Now, just because he gets to level 1 outstanding, it's not an automatic release.
Gotcha.
But that's what it takes for us to begin that conversation. And he's not there yet. Now, okay, Malachi, if you want to ask me a question, I bet your attorney will let you ask me a question. But if you just want to make a statement or make an argument, I bet your attorney does not want you to do that. So
Sure.
do you have a question for me?
Yes, sir.
What is your question?
So, would I be able to, I talked to my PO about this. If I were to go to a placement, would I be able to be accommodated to individual therapy rather than group?
There exists that possibility. It depends on which type of program that y'all talk about. And that's also a discussion you want to have, not just with your PO, but you want to talk about that with your attorney as well. So when you and Ms. Sherman talk, make sure that you discuss, if that's something you're interested, make sure you discuss that with her because that will help her. Yet another question. Yes, Mr. Lewis?
I didn't want to interrupt Malachi if he has a question.
No, you're good. Go ahead.
Okay. I just wanted to advise the court that while there's been decisions made, the general, I guess, tenure of this is both agencies are looking at potentially placing Malachi outside of the home for a period before he can return to the home. It's just a question of how the respective cases are going to be playing out.
And Mr. Laurier, are you with CPS in Tarrant County?
Yes.
Okay. And has a petition been filed?
So from the last court hearing, I had been under the impression that Malachi was going to have a psychological done on the 27th and we'd have results back by the 4th. But then apparently there was a quarantine issue where the psychological did not get completed. In order for me to even begin to look for placement, I need to have that psychological done. So we're kind of on hold until that psychological can be completed.
So my question was, has a petition been filed?
Yes, Judge, on December 28th.
I meant in the CPS investigation.
Okay, Judge, I'm a new investigator. I'm not going to lie.
Okay.
You're going to have to explain to me what you're asking.
I think you just answered my question. So that's okay.
Oh, okay.
Have you talked to one of the CPS attorneys yet, and have they filed anything? And
No.
That's what I was looking for. Okay. All right. As for today, Malachi, for purposes of your detention, I'm going to order that you be detained. I want you to continue working toward getting to level 1 outstanding. The reason for that is two things. First, that'll show me that you know how to follow the rules. Second, that'll show your parents that you know how to follow the rules. Third, that puts your attorney in the best possible position to work with your probation officer to find the best solution to help you. Okay?
Sure.
So I want you to get to level 1 outstanding for those 3 reasons. 1, impress me. 2, impress your parents. And 3, to help your attorney. Okay? Yes, sir. You have another question?
Yes, sir. Do you know my current level? Because I was 1-0 yesterday, but I might be 1-8 today.
It's my understanding it is 1 acceptable today.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, sir. That'll be the order of the court.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Dad.
You're welcome, sir. Have a good day.
Thank you, Miss. Thank you, Miss.
Can I be excused, Your Honor?
Yes. Have a great day.
I'm going to tell a little story because it's my channel and my kitchen's not allowed to do that. Texas is so names are, this is my rule about names, okay? If you, for babies' names, let's be sure to know. If you've chosen a baby name between you and whoever you're having a baby with and you like it, don't tell anybody it. Keep it to yourself. Birth your baby, put the name down, and people will be obligated to be quite nice to you about it. However, if you are before birth and you ask them sort of like, oh, we're thinking of this name, you're going to get people to crap on you. And it will make you sad. So either don't do that. I'm sorry. Or just understand that that will happen. But let's say you're like, but kitchen, I actually need a little bit of help here. I need to know if this name is good or not, you know? Now, where I live, in British Columbia, Canada, the Vital Statistics Organization publishes baby names every year. You can check exactly how many people in the province have the exact same name, spelling wise, and they rank them all. And I basically knew that I wanted like a top 100 name, but I didn't want like top 50 for my daughter. But anyways, you can literally go and see how many kids are in the province at the same age that will have that name. But a more immediate response is I've recommended this before and I'll continue to. You need to go to a public place, a mall, a park, somewhere busy though, like a beach. And you're going to stand there and you are going to scream at the top of your lungs the name. So if you're yelling, Satan, 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 and people are looking at you funny and you feel stupid, don't name your kid that. It's just that simple. It's really just that simple. Anyways, that's that one story I'll tell right now. We'll finish on with Judge Porter because he is better than he deserves right now, folks. And yeah, why my daughter's name is Apple Truffle. Not the worst name in the world. So, you know what's funny is my daughter, like I I have a funny story about that too, but that is an absolutely members only story once we get there. Um, because my mom will never become a member. But I my ex-husband and I, we used to go out to eat a lot. We had this piece of paper that was in my purse and it was like with crayons actually, because we got seated at restaurants and there would be crayons. And that's where we would sit and write down the names that were on our list. And we carried it around with us and we sort of like, had our names. Now, I had already picked out my name. And like the name that I wanted for her. And it was sort of at the top of the list. And when my daughter was born, everybody was like, "Oh, is this so and so?" And I was like, viscerally, immediately, it's still choking me up now that it wasn't her name. Immediately, I was like, "No, that is not her name." And they're like, "What? What are you talking about? That's been the name for a while." And I was just like, "No, no, that's not her. That is not the child." And then we picked a different name. But anyways, yeah. And that's how things can change. You have a baby, you've been through a lot. Plus, had a lot of laughing gas when I had the baby. In Canada, and the UK, they use something. In the UK, they call it gas and air. And in Canada, they just call it like, I don't know what they call it actually, but it's built into the hospital rooms, and you just get a mask and you can suck on it because it doesn't cross over the barrier to the placenta and to the womb, and so it's safe to be having in labor, and it's very easy to meter yourself because you put it here and then you take it off and you can breathe again and all this stuff. But I literally went through like 2 tanks and they're like, "Ma'am, I don't think you're having a contraction." I was like, "I'm having a baby, leave me alone. Like, don't talk to me." Anyways, I think I heard a story one time. The other thing you have to do is spell your child's name. You need to spell that name out and like think about mean kids. If you want me to, I will. That's a service I could offer. If you're having a kid and you want me to come up with all the mean names that your kid might be called, and then I can like help you preemptively come up with sort of like shutdowns for those, that we can do. We can absolutely do that. Um, Lisa B is fibbing. I don't know about that. That sounds, Lisa's usually very, very, you guys are funny. I love you all so much. Um, Breaking Bad. I swear to God, when the bathroom's all like busy and Nana's in there making meth, I'm gonna blame Breaking Bad. Okay, Let's go. Oh, also, I don't think anybody heard this today. I'm going to be reading this in a minute with my newscaster voice. So actually, we'll continue and I'll read it now.
Okay.
You too.
All right. Manuel, Mario,
Yes, sir.
how are you, sir?
Good, sir.
All right. My name is Judge Porter. The law says when you're brought into detention and initially detained, you must see a judge every 10 business days thereafter. This is your 10-day hearing. You have the right to remain silent. You also have the right to an attorney, and your attorney, Mr. Beaver, is here. Do you see him on the screen?
No, sir.
All right.
Good morning. Good morning.
Oh, now I see him.
Awesome. All right. The court has previously found that probable cause exists to believe that you engaged in delinquent conduct sufficient to warrant your detention in our facility. Let's see. Ms. Lopez, is he still currently on probation from last year?
Yes.
All right.
He has not been on very long.
Oh, okay. Now, he's been level 1-0 since the 3rd, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Beaver, what are your thoughts?
But Your Honor, of course, I would like my client to go home. I'm not sure if his mother is ready for him to come home. I did not have the opportunity to speak with her before today's hearing.
Is mom here?
Yes, Your Honor. She's in the parent room.
Well, I'll let you know that I'm not yet comfortable releasing him. He's only been level 1-0 for 5 days. And given the fact that he's already on probation, and Ms. Lopez told me he hadn't been on probation that long, it sounds like he's still kind of thumbing his nose at the court. And so I'm not yet convinced that if I were to release him today, he wouldn't be a danger to the public. Now, Mr. Murillo?
Yes, sir.
You have the power to change my mind by maintaining level 1-0 and showing that you can obey the rules in the back. And I'm not going to tell you how long it's going to take to convince me of that, but you need to get there and you need to hold it. And eventually I'll become convinced. But until I'm become convinced, not ready to release you, okay?
Can I ask you a question?
You can ask me a question. Don't make a statement, but you can ask me a question.
Cause since I got detained today, and I have a motion to modify on the 19th, do you know, if my motion to modify will come before that or my detention hearing?
If I'm adding my numbers correctly, the motion to modify hearing will come before your next scheduled detention hearing. But that's really something you need to be talking to your attorney about, okay? All right. All right. That's going to be the order of the court. Thank you, Mr. Murillo.
Have a good day.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Beaver.
May I be excused?
Yes, sir. You enjoy your weekend.
Thank you, Your Honor. You too.
Hugo Ramirez.
Okay, two things. I just wanted to address something, guys. Like I said, I live in Canada. Canada, where I live, is diverse, but still very, very Scottish immigrants like me. I'm an immigrant to Canada. I came from Scotland. So however, at least in Canada, and I believe in the United States and in Texas, there is an absolute overrepresentation in the judicial system of people of color and of minorities. It's just an absolute fact. So it doesn't surprise me at all one bit that we are seeing an overrepresentation of minorities in these court hearings, because it is the way that that the system unfortunately is set up right now. It's a problem. I'm not saying it's right. I'm saying that is why we see that. So it's not always it's absolutely not indicative of anybody based on their race, their criminality. We know that. However, what does sort of indicate the criminality is low socioeconomic status and difficult parts of your life. ACE, adverse childhood experiences, where you have experienced difficulties in your life. If you've had, all these different things really stack up against you and make it so that you're more likely to land here, not in my kitchen, but in front of a judge. If you make it to my kitchen, you'll be okay. Anyways, guys, she does look like she has angel wings right beside me here in the middle. Absolutely, she does. Let's continue on. And then after this episode, I will read you guys this news story that I think you'll really like. Ika, do you guys hear that cat? She's trying to get out.
Council President, Your Honor, Mr. Mesa.
All right. Good morning, Mr. Mesa. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Oh, better than I deserve. All right. Are you Mr. Ramirez?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Ramirez, my name is Judge Porter. The law says when you're brought into detention and initially detained, you must see a judge every 10 business days thereafter. This is your 10-day hearing. You have the right to remain silent. You also have the right to an attorney. And your attorney, Mr. Mesa, is here. Do you see him on the screen?
Yes.
All right. The court has previously found that probable cause exists to believe that you engaged in delinquent conduct. More specifically, it is alleged that you were out 4:40 in the morning in a vehicle. Well, no, 4:40 in the morning, and you're seen on a Ring doorbell camera breaking into somebody's home, and then a rifle was stolen. Now, you've been level 1-0 since the 29th. Mr. Mesa, what are your thoughts?
Your Honor, we would like the court to consider the release. He's been in 13 days, actual days. He's 15 years old. Behavior level has been outstanding, I guess, for a while. He lives with both parents at home. He has 2 siblings, a 7-year-old brother and a 1-year-old sister. He's in 10th grade at Pascal High School. Mother says grades are mostly good, 70s, 80s. He's been on computer classes lately. His grades did go down a little bit because of that, but she says she anticipates him going back to school in person now this semester. Prior to this incident, he's never been in trouble before. Parents do provide a positive, secure environment at home. They are willing to cooperate with the court and probation officer's recommendations for Hugo to ensure that he will comply. That being said, we would like the court to consider releasing him today.
All right. Mr. Ramirez, it's alleged that you broke into somebody's house and rifled through a gun safe and were part of taking of a rifle from somebody's home. That's really scary, especially if it occurred at 4:40 in the morning when people are normally sleeping, when they should feel safe in their homes. And then a firearm was taken. At this point, that is just too scary to release you right now. I am not yet convinced, even though you've been level 1-0 for 11 or so days. I'm still not convinced that if I were to release you, you would not be a danger to the community. It's just, the underlying alleged offense is just too scary for me for right now. So I'm going to order your continued detention. We'll revisit this in 10 days. All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Ms. Guerrero.
My release, Your Honor?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Have a great weekend.
You too.
All right. Jocelyn Saldana. Good morning, Ms. Saldana. How are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
I'm okay. Ms. Saldana, my name is Judge Porter. The law says when you're brought into detention and initially detained, you must see a judge every 10 business days thereafter. This is your 10-day hearing. You have the right to remain silent. You also have the right to an attorney. and your attorney, Mr. Sierra, is here. Do you see him on the screen with the Cowboys mask?
No, sir.
Raphael, go ahead and speak up.
Hi, do you hear me?
Yes, I see.
Good.
All right. Now, the court has previously found that probable cause exists to believe that you engaged in delinquent conduct sufficient to warrant your detention in our facility. Let's see. Ms. Aguirre, does she have a history of running away?
According to Mother, yes, she does, Your Honor.
Okay. Do we have the evaluation report back yet?
We do, Your Honor. I received it this morning.
All right. Mr. Sierra is shaking his head. You've received that copy. All right. Jocelyn, Mr. Sierra, what are your thoughts?
Your Honor, Ms. Jocelyn's mom at this point is under CPS observation caseload per se, and she is at this point not willing or able to take her home. So I've been in communications with the DA and Ms. Aguirre, and the thought process is, given how long she's been in detention, we're hoping to see if we can put her in a placement so that while CPS can be looking for a foster care provider, and get her in a stable environment so that when they do release her to her foster care, we put her in the best position to have good relations and the possess, to succeed while she's on there. So that's tentatively the overview of what's going on in our communications among all of us, Your Honor.
All right. As for today, Ms. Saldana, based on your history of running away, I'm going to go ahead and keep you here in detention. And I'm going to allow Mr. Sierra and Ms. Aguirre to continue to work together to find a good outcome for you, okay?
Can I ask you a question?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there any way they could speed up that process? Because I've been here for over a month now.
Mr. Sierra, is there any way you can speed up that process?
We are trying, dear. We're trying, and it was hard to make the decision to get to this point, and everyone is aware of your situation, and we know how long you've been in there, and we're doing the best we can.
Well, grease those wheels. She's ready. All right.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, that's okay. That's actually my role in all this, is to kind of push them to speed things up when it's appropriate. So thank you for that. All right, that's going to be the order of the court. Thank you, Ms. Saldana.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Judge. May I be excused?
Yes, sir. Have a great weekend.
You too, Judge.
Finally, Alexis Soto.
Yes, sir.
How are you?
Doing good.
All right, Mr. Soto, my name's Judge Porter. The law says when you're brought into detention and initially detained, you must see a judge every 10 business days thereafter. This is your 10-day hearing. You have the right to remain silent. You also have the right to an attorney, and your attorney, Mr. Adler, is here. Do you see him on the screen?
No.
Go ahead and unmute yourself, Frank. There.
Good morning. Hello.
Hello.
All right. Alexis, you know about the behavioral levels in the back, right?
Yes.
Okay. What's your behavior level?
Excuse me?
What is your behavior level?
2U.
And what does U stand for?
2 unacceptable.
Uh-huh. And what's it supposed to be at before I can even consider you for release?
1 outstanding.
Uh-huh. So what do I have to do today?
Detain me.
Why?
I'm not 1 outstanding.
Uh-huh. What's it going to take for you to get there?
Follow the rules.
Well, that's really generic. Let's be a little bit more specific. What are the rules you're struggling with? Ms. Guerrero, what are the rules that Mr. Soto is struggling with?
Judge, it seems that he was cursing in the back. So that's one of them, is that he should not do that, use appropriate language in the back.
All right, so let's start with that, Mr. Soto. How about we stop cursing at people? Can you do that?
Yes.
All right.
And he was also using some hand gestures. It doesn't specifically tell me what the hand gestures were. So I don't, just inappropriate hand gestures and him being off task.
Well, I'm all for learning foreign languages, and American Sign Language would count as a foreign language. However, only attempting to master use of one finger is not really an appropriate way to learn a foreign language. So, if you're going to be trying to work on American Sign Language, make sure it's appropriate American Sign Language. Do you understand what I mean?
Yes, sir.
What do I mean? I have all day. Mr. Soto? What do I mean? What was that?
I don't know.
Oh, yes, you do. See, you're hanging your head down right now, and you're not looking me in the eye, and you're mumbling. And what that tells me is that you do know what I'm talking about, and that you're ashamed of your conduct. And if you're ashamed of your conduct, then you know it's wrong. Right?
Yes.
Yes, what?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So between now and your next detention hearing, let's stop cursing. Let's stop using gestures that are inappropriate. Okay?
Yes.
All right. That'll be the order of the court. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Ms. Guerrero. Thank you, Mr. Adler. That concludes today's detention hearings. Everybody, have a great weekend.
Thanks, Judge. You too.
Thanks, Judge Porter. You're so better than we deserve. Let's just see. How organized was I? I was organized. Love it. Also, I am distracted working on this lighting problem because anyway, so I'm gonna grab something while this one trick. Every camera on, stay on mute. Camera on, stay on mute. Cameras 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 on. Stay on mute, folks, please. Cameras on. Stay on mute.
From laying down, being in pajamas. Order number 30 related to the coronavirus. We are not conducting in-person court proceedings, but we are using Zoom remotely. However, to comply with the Open Courts Act of the Texas Constitution, we are broadcasting these proceedings on YouTube for the transparency and the public to be able to see what happens in a public courtroom. No portion of this detention hearing may be copied or recorded or broadcast. Violations are punishable by contempt of court of up to 6 months in the Tarrant County Jail and a $500 fine. The court would like to remind everyone this is still a court proceeding, so the court does expect everyone to behave appropriately for court. That means please refrain from laying down, being in pajamas, in bed, in the lavatory, or in the shower. Please do not be walking around or moving or in a moving vehicle, as this is distracting for everyone else in this hearing. Also, please do not have bright lights or windows behind your head, as that shadows out your face and we are unable to see you. The court does expect everyone who is not an officer of the court to have their camera on and be muted until it is your turn. Check. Looks like we're good. Okay, so we'll go ahead and start. I think we have somebody from the Tarrant County Jail. And we have, is that, where is he? I just lost him. Oh, is that Mr. Mendoza?
Yes, sir.
Okay, okay. It's out of order, but we'll do that first. All right, Mr. Mendoza, I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing. Been here for 10 days, so I'm reviewing your case, decide whether to keep you or release you. We have a court hearing set up. I wish I didn't have to keep you, but the fact that you were caught at the border trying to leave the United States of America gives me great concern whether you'll return to the court proceedings in the future. So I'm going to go ahead and detain you. All right, Mr. Adler, if you want to take a moment.
Yes. Señor Mendoza, buenos días.
Buenos días.
El juez acaba de decir todo lo que he dicho las últimas veces que estuvimos aquí, que tenemos una corte presente, una audiencia presente, pero él no está cómodo dejándote salir de la cárcel porque lo que pasó y donde te encontraron con inmigración en El Paso, así que él te va a aguantar ahí en la corte hasta que tenemos la audiencia con él. Judge, I paraphrased you, but pretty much told him what you said.
I believe his certification hearing is on January 19th.
That is correct, Judge.
Okay. So just let him know it's just a couple of weeks and we'll be done with this case.
Señor Mendoza, un par de semanas más y se termina el caso, por lo menos en la juvenil. Que tenga buen día y hablamos pronto, señor.
Gracias.
Okay. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Mr. Adler. All right, next we'll have Cameron Newton.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Did you log off? I think they're supposed to bring Cameron Newton. Hey, Ed, do you want to call the jail and say they've got one child, Cameron Newton? I think they just logged off. Yes, Cameron Newton. Cam Newton. All right, so we have Joshua Ballard next while we wait on the jail to bring back the inmate. Mr. Ballard? Mr. Ballard. Come on, y'all. All right, Mr. Jennings here?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, can you call the detention facility and let them know that they're late for court?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. All right, Daniel Dalton McCoy.
Here, sir.
All right, where's Mr. McCoy? All right, Mr. McCoy, I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing. When a kid's brought into our facility, well, we've been through this before. You know, you have to see a judge within 2 days. I have to decide whether to keep you or release you. If I keep you, you have to see a judge every 10 days. You have the right to remain silent. You have the right to an attorney. Attorney Mr. Gladstone is here. So, I mean, I know your name. I've seen you recently. So you're on probation. We're supervising you out of South Carolina. You're on probation for criminal mischief from $2,500 to $30,000 until March of this year, as well as stealing a car. I guess you had disposition hearing back in March. You moved to South Carolina. You were placed on 3 months probation in South Carolina for burglary of a building and larceny. And I guess your family came back to Fort Worth to visit grandma.
Yes.
Longer, and then mom wants to move here permanently. All right, so, well, Mr. Jennings, it says January 20th. I'm hoping you meant the 10th. And then, I'm sorry, who's not Mr. Jennings? Ms. Huey. I think that's a typo, right? January 10th?
I'm sorry, where do you see that?
Oh, on the narrative, it says
Oh.
January 20th to 21?
Yes,
Okay,
he was brought in yesterday, I believe.
okay. Okay, police were dispatched to a domestic. When they got there, saw a female with blood running down her face, spoke to Dalton, who said you got in a fight with her cousin. You said she got in your face and you pushed her back. They came to April and said she got in your face for being disrespectful and you punched her with a closed fist. You get cut above her eye. And so, and you've had probation for assault of a public servant. Got arrested for assault of a public servant. Let's see, the first one was when you were 13. When you're 14, you have another assault public servant. Criminal mischief when you're 14. 2 weeks later, an assault public servant, which you got probation for. A week later, arrested for criminal mischief, the one you're on probation for. Unauthorized use of motor vehicle and criminal trespass. In November of 19, so you're 15 years old. You have another stolen car. I guess you got out because you got caught with a weapon the next day, a handgun. Daniel, this is just not working out. I don't think probation is working for you. Look, there's I'm gonna go and, do we have a parent here?
Yes.
Okay, where's the parents in the parent room? Okay.
Yes.
All right. Are you mom?
Yes.
Okay. All right, mom. Were you there when this happened with the cousin?
Yes, I was.
Okay.
The allegation she's stating is completely false.
Sorry?
The allegation she is stating is completely false.
Okay. Well, yeah, at this point, this is what the police report has, and that's what I'm going off of. If it's false, then your son is entitled to a trial.
Yes.
So, but I'm concerned about this violation out of South Carolina, which evidently broke the law again over there. So I think your son's just out of control, to be
I
honest with you. And so, Daniel, I'm going to go ahead and detain you. Let's go ahead and set this for a motion modify. Mr. Gladstone, can you, I don't want to put you, I want to do this fairly quickly.
Okay.
But, you know, sometime in the next 2 to 3 weeks. And so I think if he's been adjudicated in South Carolina for a new offense, that probably merits a serious review about whether he should be on probation or in TJJD.
I understand, Judge.
Okay.
We'll get a setting.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Gladstone. Daniel, do you understand what's going on? Detain you, and I'm going to set this hearing on whether you violated your probation or not by breaking the laws in the state of South Carolina.
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay. We'll decide whether you stay on probation here in Texas or you get committed to TJJD. All right.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Judge.
All right. Andrew Handy.
Yes.
Here he is, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Handy, I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing. When a kid's brought in, you see a judge within 2 days. I decide whether to keep you or release you. If I keep you here, you'll see a judge every 10 days while you're here. You have the right to remain silent. You have the right to an attorney. Mr. Gladstone is your attorney. So, Andrew, start when you're 10 years old with some intervention cases. Eventually, you turn, well, you're 13 with an assault public servant, which was dismissed. 5 months later, when you're 13, an ag assault deadly weapon, which was dismissed. 2 months later, you get arrested for ag assault with a deadly weapon, which you got probation for. Let's see. Then back in June of last year, you're 16 years old, you get arrested for engaging in organized criminal activity, which the DA rejected, but a burglary of a building also, which you have pending. So you're out with a pending burglary of a building case. And then yesterday, 4th PD brought you in. We had a warrant for you. Ms. Turner-Hill, why did we have a DTA for him?
Hi, Judge. I'm covering for Ms. Turner-Hill.
Okay.
Let's see. Give me 1 second, Judge. I'm looking that up for you.
There's EM violation.
Yes, he has an EM violation and.
Associated with fugitives, 1 arm. Tell me about that.
Say that again, Judge.
It says let's see. Andrew was associating with 2 fugitives. 1 was allegedly armed. Can you tell me about that?
Yes. He was brought in on an EM violation. So that was what he was brought in on. And then
I want to know about hanging out people with guns.
Dad said he ran off with 2 family members who were fugitives, Dad.
Oh.
The dad informed Ms. Turner-Hill that he ran off with 2 family members that were on the run.
Okay. Do we have a parent here for Mr. Handy?
No, the parent was notified of the hearing and we emailed the information and they're not on here.
Okay. All right. Let's see. Yesterday, police report was notified of a stolen F-250. I was going down West Seminary. Police confirmed it was stolen, activated lights, vehicle stopped. Andrew was identified as a driver. They made contact with the victim who said nobody had permission to take his vehicle. So you're arrested and you had a warrant for your EM violation. That is from last week. You had a curfew alert. Called Dad. Dad said you weren't at home. You did not have permission to leave, so we issued a warrant for you. You talked to Dad, who said he told you to rake the yard. And you told your dad, rake your own damn yard. He said he raked the yard and took your dog to the pound. And then your behavior got worse. Let's go back to the burglary of a building. K-9 unit to Dunbar High School because they saw 3 men in dark clothes carrying a hammer. When they got there, saw 3 young men inside the school. They had crowbars and prying open lockers, taking items and stacking in the hallway. And you were arrested immediately. A lot of broken glass and damaged soda machine, damaged about $5,700. And when we brought you in, you're refusing to take a drug test. So, Andrew, so you understand when you refuse to take a drug test, I just assume you're positive for everything. I assume you're using meth and cocaine and heroin and acid and mushrooms and you name it, you're taking it. Otherwise, why would you be hiding your drug test? If it was only smoking weed, you just give a sample to be like, well, I'm smoking weed, but at least it doesn't show that I'm using PCP. So anyways, if you're using drugs, I don't want you out in the community. Like you're a danger to yourself. Also, you're caught in a stolen car. He is currently with a pending case, but he's not on probation. Is that correct, Ms. Guerrero?
Yes, Judge, that is correct.
All right. Andrew, I'm going to let you know that you're turning 17 in less than a month. So my policy is if a child is 17 years old, I have the discretion. It's not my policy, it's the law. I have the discretion of keeping you here at Kimbo or in the adult jail downtown. So if you misbehave here and your behavior level drops, I'm just going to have you housed downtown until the case is over. If you're an older kid here, I expect you to be example for the younger kids here so that you show them how to behave and stay level B and stay level 1-0. And that's how you kind of earn your keep here at Kimbo. That way you get the better facilities and the better food. All right, do you have any questions for me, Andrew?
Oh, no, sir.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Handy.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Yes, sir. Oh, thank you. All right, so Mr. Newton, I thank you, Sheriff, for bringing him. I know there's a line over there, so I appreciate you working them in. Mr. Newton, this is a 10-day detention hearing, deciding whether to keep you here or release you. If I keep you here, you'll see a judge every 10 days while you're here. You have the right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. Ms. Keenan is here. Good morning, Tracy.
Good morning, Judge. Can you hear us?
Hello, yes, this is for Newton. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
All right, so Mr. Newton, you're 17 years old. This is the aggravated robbery case over, let's see. You're back in June. 3 boys came over to the victim's home while they were asleep, held her at gunpoint, went through the house. And one with a shotgun, one with an AR-15, and one with a handgun. Suspects took $400 from her purse, gold chain, gold diamond ring, and a radio call about the car. Oh, this is the one where the AR-15 was put in the trash can. All right, Mr. Newton. Yeah, this is clearly, you understand how I'm with kids with guns, and it's very concerning. Do we have a parent here for Mr. Newton? No. Keenan, I know Mr. Newton's been here for a while. Do we have a court setting?
Yes, Your Honor. We're set on pretrial motions on April 16th and voir dire for April 19th.
Okay. All right, Mr. Newton. So there's an end of sight. Sorry this is taking so long, but it really has to do with coronavirus. Before COVID hit, we could get kids' trials within 2 weeks, but just because of the coronavirus and the limitations on jury trials, I'm stuck as a judge. I can't do anything because I can't get jurors right now. Okay. So anyways, but we'll continue to have the detention hearings, but I'm going to continue to detain you. Thank you, Mr. Newton. All right, Sheriff, thank you very much for being the inmate.
All right, yes, sir. I'll see you soon.
See you soon. All right, do we have Joshua Ballard yet? Mr. Jennings, did we get a hold of detention?
Yes, yes, Your Honor. I did get a hold of them, and they were getting them on. Let me check and see if he's here.
We have him back here, Your Honor. We have him down as a waiver, but you need him.
Can you say that again?
I said we have him down as a waiver, but you need him.
No, he's level 2. So when he signed the waiver, he was level 1, but then his behavior level dropped. So
I got him right here. So give me about 10 seconds.
Okay, we'll go ahead and do this. I think we had Lewis Parker there. So thank you. All right, Mr. Parker, Judge Kim, this is a detention hearing. Been here for 10 days, reviewing your case, deciding whether to keep you or release you. If I keep you, you'll see a judge every 10 days. Lewis, the big thing is you're on probation or a pending case, and you fled and you absconded. And so you understand why I'm keeping you here. When you were picked up, you had a gun. This was a capital murder case. And I let you go because I was so frustrated with how long this was taking. Well, a couple of questions. See, Ms. Thomas, what his behavior level just went back up to level 1 outstanding on the 7th. How far did he drop down?
Judge, on January 1st, he dropped to level 3 confined due to 2 near physical altercations with 2 different juveniles.
All right, Parker, you know what I expect from you. All right. And so, you know, as frustrated as I am with this case taking so long, you know, I mean, I try and give you the little incentives here and there to behave, but you know, I mean, you're looking at capital murder offense, and if you're getting violent or almost violent contacts with other kids, and that just gives me more and more concern. Okay, you got to take care of your business and do things right. I'm going to continue to detain you, but if I'm hearing that just January last week or 2 weeks ago that you almost got in these fights, I'm not comfortable releasing you to your parents anytime soon. Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Lewis or Mr. Parker. All right, Joshua Ballard.
Thanks, Judge.
Thank you, Mr. Hall.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Ms. Hawthorne. All right, Mr. Ballard, I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention. You've been here for 10 days. I'm deciding whether to keep you or release you. If I keep you, you'll see a judge every 10 days while you're here. You have the right to remain silent. You have the right to attorney. Mr. Pearson, your attorney, is here. And so let's see, Mr. Jennings, tell me about this. He was level 1-0, signed the waiver, and then he dropped down to 2. Can you tell me why he dropped down to level 2?
Yes, sir, Your Honor. He says he was overly playful, not following instructions during movie time, and dropped down to level 1 acceptable, went back up to level 1 outstanding. Then on the 10th, dropped down to level 2 or level 1 acceptable. There's no comments, and dropped down to level 2 acceptable on January the 11th. Unfortunately, I do not have any comments in the detention section, sir.
Okay. Do we have a parent here for Joshua?
I do not believe she's on. She was notified of the detention hearing this morning. She did not say if she'd be able to be here or not.
All right, Joshua, just last week, you were here in court with your attorney, and there was a plea agreement ordering on probation for you to successfully complete placement at Grayson County. All right. One thing I want to let you know is you can undo that. I'm not stuck giving you that probation. I can still go back and tell your attorney that the deal's off the table. We'll come back. You can have a trial, or you can come up with a different deal, but I'm not going to give him probation. If you want probation, you have to go to a jury to get it. I can do that. But yet here you are thinking that you're in the clear with the shenanigans. The whole idea of probation was for you to tell me you're asking me to give you one more chance to do everything right. And if you're going to be there messing up and doing what you want to do, I'll just undo it. Right? Your attorney can tell you that I have the authority to go back and undo the offer and go back to the drawing board, and you can have your trial. So at this point, either you can do things right, and you're going to tell me that you're going to be right, be good, make it through your probation without a problem, or you can just tell me that it's not worth it to spend the time on you, and we'll just give you your trial. You understand how this works out? I'm not stuck. I don't have to honor the probation. I did it because your attorney and I go way back, and I trust him, even though my gut instinct says I'm wasting my time and the county taxpayers' money on you. But Mr. Pearson's a good man, so I will trust him. But if you prove otherwise, there's only so much you can do to argue on your behalf. See how this works? You're not doing this because you earned this. You're doing this because you have an attorney that has decades of being a straight up righteous man. And so the judges trust him and the other attorneys trust him, right? So if you want to burn your attorney and do it your way, you can have it your way. But if you want to take advantage of the good situation that you're in, you need to shape up and quit the shenanigans.
Yes, sir.
Is there any question about what I'm saying right now?
No, sir.
Because you know what happens if Grayson County kicks you out because you're being overly playful and talking back and slow to comply. If they discharge you from the program, you come back here, you violated the very first step of probation, which is to successfully complete Grayson County placement. So either take care of your business and do what you're supposed to do, or go to TJJD. It's that simple. You got it?
Yes, sir.
All right, take care of your business.
Yes, sir, Judge. Yeah.
Okay. Shalong Smith. All right, Ms. Smith, I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing. When a kid's brought in, you have to see a judge within 2 days. You have to decide whether to keep you or release you. If I keep you, you have to see a judge every 10 days. You have the right to remain silent. You have the right to an attorney. And Ms. Johnson has been appointed as your attorney. Ms. Johnson, I think I saw you before. Good morning, Ms. Johnson.
Good morning.
All right, Ms. Smith, I see you're 14 years old. You're on probation for an assault of a public servant. Hospital district. Is that, let's see, Ms. Washington, is that JPS maybe? Ms. Washington, are you here?
She was, yes.
I apologize, Your Honor.
No, it's okay. Was the assault public servant JPS?
Which paragraph are you referring to? You're going in and out.
The one she's on probation for the assault public servant of?
I believe it is.
Okay. All right.
And Your Honor, that probation was due to expire on the 7th. However, we had received another assault case in prior to her expiring, but the DA has not filed a petition on that case.
Okay. Ms. Smith, let's see. So you're on probation for 2 different counts of assault. No, 1 count of assault. See what's going on. All right, Saturday, you were referred by Fort Worth PD. About 9:30, they were dispatched for domestic. When they got there, your mom said that she discovered you had weed, took it from you. You demanded it back. When your mom refused it back, you hit her multiple times with a closed fist. Mom said then you began to destroy property, including punching and breaking the TV. You're arrested and brought here. 2 days before, Mom said that December 27th, you left home about 10, didn't come back until 5 in the morning the next day. You recently moved and you have been involved in several fights. On that day, a bunch of girls evidently jumped you at the apartment complex. A neighbor found you with a busted lip and black eye. She said she was at work. Asked the neighbor to keep you until she came back. Earlier on Monday, one of the girls' fathers threatened you with a gun. She said you've gotten your mom evicted from several complexes due to fighting. She fights with mom and the younger brother. She's afraid of your safety. You've made self-harm threats, so you've been in and out of JPS. December 8th, there was a referral for domestic neighborhood. Wait. Let's see. Complainant says she heard loud banging in the restroom, was awoken by Fort Worth PD, who asked if they had a leak in her apartment because the downstairs neighbors were experiencing a leak. Downstairs neighbors were yelling for her to stop the banging. There was an argument. And evidently, they said you picked up a rock and threw it at the victim, hitting her in the right side of the head. Then went upstairs, grabbed her by reaching inside the apartment, pulled her out by her hair. The victim was hit several times in the back by you. And evidently, you said you spit it. She said you spit at her and said, "I have COVID, bitch." This is, you're positive for weed. All right, so do we have a mom here, I guess?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Mom, is she on medication for mental health?
Yes.
Okay. Did you bring the medications with you?
I did not. I was leaving. I had a meeting at work, so I'm sorry.
I understand. Please get those to us. Please get those to us as soon as you can.
Okay.
You can go ahead and detain your daughter. She
Okay.
needs to take her medication. And here, Miss Smith, young Miss Smith, what you have to understand is that if you've got medication, you cannot self-medicate with street drugs because that interferes with the prescription the doctor gives you. So if I feel like you're going to continue to take marijuana, smoke marijuana, or use weed, and you have a valid prescription, I'm going to keep you here as long as you're smoking weed. So that could be all the way up until your 19th birthday. So it's your decision. Either you're going to stay here at Kimbo and not smoke weed, or you're going to be at home and not smoke weed. Also have a feeling, Mom, all these instances of fights, is she taking her medication when this happens?
Yes.
Okay. When's the last time she saw a mental health doctor?
Last month.
Last month.
Yes, Zoom, matter of fact.
Did they change her? Wait, I'm sorry, you said June?
Zoom, no, she
Zoom,
seems,
okay.
yes, she seems MHMR.
Okay. And so when's the last time they changed her prescription?
They haven't changed it. She's been on the same medication since JPS.
When was that?
The last time she went to JPS was, oh my God, I thought I could find my place.
Just give me a.
The last time she been through JPS was I'm thinking like 2 months ago.
Was the medication working?
Not to me.
Okay. If the medication is not working, you need to take her back to the doctor.
Okay.
Okay. That's the whole point of the medication. I don't want her taking medication that's not doing what it's supposed to do. Okay.
It works a little bit. I think I don't.
Well,
I need to increase it a little bit.
Well, it may not be increased, it may be something different, but you know, Mom, I just asked if it was working. You said no, and now you're saying it's working a little bit, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, but the thing is, I'm not trying to bust you on this. What I'm trying to say is, if your child's not behaving and there's a mental health issue, and the medication is not working, then you need to go back and see the doctor again.
Right.
Okay?
Yes.
So. So, Mom, what I'm doing is I'm going to write a referral to see a psychiatrist here.
Okay.
All right. And what is she diagnosed with?
ADHD, anxiety, depression. And I think that's it.
Okay. Okay. You said last saw a doctor 2 months ago?
Her a month ago.
1 month ago. All right, so we're gonna do a psych referral. Ms. Smith, the doctor will see you. They come in 1 day a week, usually Thursdays. She'll probably see you this Thursday. But I'm gonna let you know, unless you're taking medication, you're not getting out. Unless you're level 1 outstanding, you're not getting out. If you continue to fight or refuse to take your medication, you're just gonna stay here. So it's really up to you. I'm not gonna let you go back into the community if you're gonna be assaultive to other people. That's what placements are for. That's what commitment to TJJD is for. There's all kinds of things, but everyone else has a right to live their life without being attacked. So either you're gonna learn to do that here or you're just gonna stay here. Right. All right, thank you, Ms. Smith. Thank you, Ms. Johnson.
Thank you.
So at this point, I'm gonna turn the docket over to Judge Porter, and I'll be back for the under 14. Thank you, everyone.
Judge Porter, your mic is not, it's not working.
Does he sound like a
No,
fucking
sir.
kid?
Can you hear me okay now, Ms. Guerrero?
Yes, sir. Much better.
Just a second, everybody. All right. Good morning, Mr. Fusler. My name is Judge Porter. The law says when you're brought into detention and initially detained, you must see a judge every 10 business days thereafter. This is your 10-day hearing. You have the right to remain silent. You also have the right to an attorney, and your attorney, Mr. Ferguson, is here. Back in September, you were brought in and we released you on the electronic monitor. And then after about 30 days, we allowed you to be released from the electronic monitor. Then, beginning of last month, you're arrested in Dallas County for evading arrest. Also arrested again for a second unauthorized use of a motor vehicle and evading arrest or detention, which is the same thing that initially brought you into detention into Tarrant County back in September. And I will also note that the Dallas incident allegedly occurred shortly before 7 in the morning on a Sunday. Mr. Ferguson, what are your thoughts?
Yes, Judge. So Dallas released him, and then Judge Kim was going to, we had an out of custody detention hearing, and Judge Kim was going to release him, got in a little bit of argument with his mom. Judge put him in detention. He's now been in ever since. That was right before Christmas. He's been level 1-0 since he's been there. We were scheduled for court this afternoon, and we were prepared to resolve it. However, the district attorney's office informed me they would rather he go to Dallas and resolve his case there to be transferred for disposition back to here. And so they asked for continuance. It's already been granted. We've been rescheduled to February. So I would ask that he be released. If you want to put him on a monitor, that's fine. He did really well on a monitor with his mom before. Because obviously if he's got to resolve his case in Dallas, he's got to go to Dallas, and they don't have a hold on him or anything. So I would ask that he be let go today, and then he can, resolve or have his day in court in Dallas, and we'll work with it on this end afterwards.
Does he have a parent or guardian here today?
He does. That would be his mom right there.
Mom, what was he doing out at before 7 o'clock in the morning on a Sunday on December 6th?
He was not in my custody, sir. He was with his dad, and his dad knew the rules when he left for one with his dad. Because Jordan was seeing TCAP. I let the TCAP guy know that he's gonna be with his dad because his granny had died, I think like a week before that. He went out of town. He had been with his dad all the way up through Thanksgiving. His dad knew that he wasn't supposed to be out after 8. He knew that. But he told me that he didn't care, about none of that. He wanted his child to be a child.
So it's dad's fault.
So, because if he was with me, there's no way Jordan would have been out that late. He don't even go nowhere when he with me. Unless I'm with him and I'm dropping him off or we together.
Oh, and I forgot, Jordan just turned 16 last week, right?
Yes, on the 5th.
Okay. Well, sounds like he's just going to do what he wants to do when he wants to do it, when he can get away with it.
Not with me, he don't.
And Judge, if I may, this is the first time really that he's been in detention for an extended period of time. My conversations with him have been extremely positive, that he realizes this is not a place he wants to be. I do think his mom provides the best supervision for him based on just my interactions with the family. And so I if he's with his mom, I feel comfortable that he will follow the rules, and he's indicated to me he's ready to follow the rules. So just hang on, Jordan.
Ms. Guerrero, what are your thoughts?
Judge, I agree that if you do release him, that he needs to be released on the electronic monitor, with the understanding that he only specifically has time out for school, no extracurricular activities for school, and that he needs to report to Dallas County for his hearing.
Well, he has to report. His hearing in Dallas isn't until the 4th, correct?
That is correct, Judge.
He's scheduled for court here on the 2nd, correct?
That is correct. As of right now, yes.
Okay.
And that just happened 15 minutes ago. I could probably ask them to push that because it doesn't make any sense to.
I did ask that on an email to Mary, and she wanted me to update her on your decision for today.
Mom, where is he in school?
He goes to Arlington High.
Okay. How's he doing in school?
He's doing good in school when he go, because you know they go
Wait. I'm sorry to interrupt. What does that mean when he goes?
because they have hybrid. They go 2 days a week and every other Friday. They don't go every day like junior high or elementary school.
So when he doesn't go to school, he doesn't do well?
No, he's online. Jordan need more in-person one-on-one. So when school started back, last week, I had to contact the counselor so they can try to get him to go to school 5 days a week since he need more in-person learning than through the computer. And when he's in school, he understands more than when he's at home on the laptop.
What are his grades like?
His grades are pretty good.
What does that mean?
They're passing.
Well, passing is not pretty good. Passing means he's just barely getting by. Pretty good means he's got high B's and A's.
My son have a learning disability. So like I say, he needs more help in person in school. And I've been doing everything I can to help him when he's at home and when he's at school.
Is he completing his assignments at home?
Yes, he is. From the help of me and his teachers.
So what are his grades like?
He have some B's and maybe like a C.
What's the C in?
I think it's in Spanish because he don't understand Spanish that well.
Okay. What are his grades in his other classes?
I haven't looked at his grades since last semester.
You're not seeing his grades when he completes his assignments?
Everything is through virtual, through a computer. When they send out the progress reports and they give updates, I look at everything.
Okay. Well, Jordan, I'm not yet convinced that if I were to release you today, that you wouldn't be a danger to the community. So I'm going to order your continued detention. We'll revisit this in 10 days. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Judge.
William King, Sylvie Park.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. Thomas. Good morning, Mr. Mooney.
Good morning, Judge.
All right, William, my name's Judge Porter. The law says when you're brought into detention and initially detained, you must see a judge every 10 business days thereafter. This is your 10-day hearing. You have the right to remain silent. You also have the right to an attorney, and your attorney, Mr. Mooney, is here. I'm familiar with this case. Court has previously found that probable cause exists to believe that you engaged in delinquent conduct sufficient to warrant your detention. You're scheduled for a modification hearing on the 21st. Is that correct, Mr. Mooney?
It is, Your Honor.
Okay. You're level 1-0, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you have been since when?
December 7th through now.
Yep. I need you to keep that up. But based on your history with this court, I know that if I release you, you would be a danger to yourself, okay?
All right.
So let's wait and see what happens on at your hearing on the 21st.
All right.
And then we'll revisit this issue. But for right now, I'm going to order that you be detained. All right. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Mooney.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. Davion Mackenzie Stevenson. Good morning, Mr. Stevenson.
Good morning.
My name is Judge Porter. The law says when you're brought into detention and initially detained, you must see a judge every 10 business days thereafter. You have the right to remain silent. You also have the right to an attorney. Your attorney, Mr. Graham, is here. The court has previously found that probable cause exists to believe that you engaged in delinquent conduct sufficient to warrant your detention. I will note that you have been level 1-0 for the last 2 days. But Mr. Stevenson, the underlying alleged facts of this offense involve a gun. And this is just really too scary. You haven't been level 1-0 long enough yet to convince me that if I were to release you, you would not be a danger to the public. Okay. I need you to maintain level 1-0 longer than just 2 days before I can be convinced that you wouldn't be a danger to the public. Now, if you want to ask me a question, Mr. Stevenson, I don't think Mr. Graham would mind if you asked me a question. But if you're going to say something, just a statement, or you're going to argue with me, you don't want to do that because the DA is listening. And anything you say, while it can't be used against you at a future hearing, it might give the DA information that they can use to follow up and find other bad stuff to use against you. So if you want to ask me a question, that's okay. But if you're just going to make a statement or argue with me, you probably don't want to do that.
Yeah. No, I would say I've been level 1 since December.
No, sir, you have not. You've not been level 1-0 consistently that entire time.
I was level 1-8 on Friday.
Okay, Mr. Stevenson,
Yes,
what
sir.
did I just tell you?
Don't make an argument.
If you want to argue with me, your attorney probably doesn't want you to do that. But if you want to ask me a question, that's okay.
Yes, sir.
Do you want to argue with me or do you want to ask a question?
A question.
What is your question?
Do you think I'll be released on my next detention hearing?
We'll just have to see. I'm not making a promise. It's up to you to convince me that you're not going to be a danger. Okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Stevenson. Thank you, Mr. Graham.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. At this point, I'm going to turn things back over to Judge Kim.
Thank you, Judge Porter. So, in compliance with Texas Family Code, Chapter 54.08, when a child is under 14 years old, all court proceedings are presumed to be closed to the public unless the court finds that the interest of the child or the interest of the public would be better served by keeping the hearings open to the public. So at this point, we will discontinue the live stream so the public can no longer observe these court proceedings for today's detention hearing. Please wait about 20.
Well, I hope you guys liked that. What I have coming up now, let's see if it worked. I have to go check the chat. I've been out of it for a moment while I sorted this out. Can y'all see me yet? Hold on. Like now, half the time I still think that Nana's listening to like rap music and stuff. So I do like hearing what time everybody is at. It's 10:24 here right now, and I am not going to bed yet. So you don't have to leave. We're going to watch more court. It just might take me a moment to find it. However, in the meantime, I'd like to bring you a breaking news report from Kitchen Court Cases. Um, just give me one. Keeper, hi. Um, okay. So let me right over here. Oh, what color should news be, guys? Like when we have the news in the kitchen, what color should the light be? Blue? Blue for news? I think so. I'm West Coast, so West Coast time zone. This is super live. And as a reminder to anybody who's here because they can't sleep, won't sleep, don't want to sleep, we don't sleep shame in this room. You can come here at whatever time and we don't mind. I think, is that purple? That's purple. Purple for news. Um, and yeah, keeper, that's gonna happen a lot. I am a night owl. Hoot, hoot, hoot. Anyways, I am gonna just laugh mostly at this. I thought of you guys when I read this article. It is local to me, happened very close to me, so that's why I actually read it. But I thought it was so appropriate for my lovely people in the chat. So, without further ado, ow! Also, how about since it's like, we've been doing this for 3.5 hours, um, everybody can get another drink or whatever they want. I'm gonna refill my coffee first. This is obviously not what you see on the news, noise. Oh my god, chair. Um, I'm gonna refill my coffee because maybe this isn't what you see on the news, but this is what you want to see on the news. The actual real truth. Okay, and I need cream. Yeah, I love it. Amy, we need some Hawaii people. Is there anybody out there in Hawaii watching? Oh, you know what we're gonna do after this? We're gonna go through some of my stats and read where y'all are from. I love them. And if you need to go to sleep, that's the other thing. We don't shame you for being awake, but we also don't shame you for going to sleep. So if you need to sleep, that's good too. Just let us know. We'll say goodnight. Yes, that's what we'll do. We'll do this first. I need sugar in the coffee. This is ADD. This is medication wearing off. It's 10:30 at night. It would be sort of odd to take more um like stimulant medication at this time. I probably wouldn't sleep very well. So I'm in this weird limbo period of functionality. And I lost my spoon already. So sorry guys, but I love y'all anyways. Okay, here we go. With the news so I can drink it. It is not infused coffee. My infusion is right here. It is melon berry. On tonight's Kitchen Court Cases news, one individual has been arrested after reports of a driver wielding a big wrench kicked off a police incident that began in Langford and brought traffic to a grinding halt in Saanich Thursday, April 20th. Officers responded to the report of a disturbance involving the drivers of a Honda Civic and a Toyota RAV4 near the Trans-Canada Highway and Millstream Road off-ramp just before 7:30 a.m., the West Shore RCMP said in a statement. Police were told a verbal altercation had taken place between the two drivers when the driver of the RAV4 got out of his car and hit the Civic with a large metal wrench before getting back in his car and driving towards Saanich. West Shore RCMP alerted the Saanich police, and the suspect vehicle was headed in their direction, and the police intercepted the RAV4 on Mackenzie Avenue near Glanford. Saanich police assisted in the investigation and arranged for the car to be towed, spokesperson Marcus Anastasiadis said in a statement. It caused significant traffic delays this morning, but it was cleared before 9 a.m., he said. The driver of the RAV4 was arrested for mischief under $5,000 and driving without due care and attention. While no physical injuries were reported, the West Shore RCMP said the incident remains under investigation. I just laughed so hard. First of all, how big does the wrench have to be for them to label it a big wrench? I'd like to know that. Right? Like, anyways. What else do we got? Anyway, let me just see here. Sorry. I thought that was really fun. We've read like 3 news articles. I really, really like news articles that have something to do with animals and a very tenuous relationship with court. It can be very minor, like almost nothing. Anyways, no, I did not make this up. This happened in my city like this week. I was like, what? And I mean, I live in Canada. Like road rage incidents, first of all, nobody honks where I live. You do not honk your horn. That's considered very rude. Even if you're in a dangerous situation, you do not honk your horn. Like that's like the number of times I've honked my horn while driving in traffic, I can probably count on one hand. Because it's just absolutely not within the DNA of the drivers in our city. And so it is extremely like what happens when you honk at people here is that it does the opposite effect. Generally that's like, "Oh, I better move. Whatever." They shut down. They literally drive slower. It's absolutely true. And it's not like I don't think they mean to do it. It's just we have very poor drivers here. There's so many old people that live here, and no offense, but it's hard to drive. It's hard. Um, I what that means, however, is that when you hear a horn when you're driving, you are like hyper alert to it because you're like, oh my God, was that somebody at me? Like it becomes like this, and maybe this is just my ADD rejection sensitivity disorder where I'm like, oh my God, everybody hates me. Every single person around here hates me. But yeah, road rage is pretty not common. And I'm a vocal driver, I would say. Like I'm always like, what the fuck are you doing? But I don't want to engage with somebody in a vehicle. I'm just speaking while I'm driving. Like that's just the way I go. Um, I think that what's really interesting there. So you know how sometimes we get you. Oh, here's my next story. Thank you, CRD, for reminding me of the story that you first reminded me of telling about 2 hours ago. So, that's what I thought, Amy. Literally, I thought this is going to be so funny for me to tell Mayor about. And then I realized I was like, this is just hilarious. And it happened. Um, I know when you hear a random honk, you're like, what? It's so the thing here, what you have to understand about driving where at least where I'm from, which is British Columbia, Canada, we have a very unique set up because insurance is mandatory, but it's also only sold by the provincial government. Like, you can get private insurance that's secondary, but you have to have, like, it's called ICBC insurance. And so while people complain about that for many different reasons, for whatever, what I find really interesting about that is that in part, what that does is actually change the handling of traffic court and legal matters from the judicial system to an administrative branch of the government, technically, because what will happen is instead of prosecuting people for drunk driving, they actually just penalize them administratively through ICBC and the insurance corporation. And so in I mean, like, for example, if you're driving, and first of all, we all know already, I've talked about this, I'm absolutely not promoting drunk drive. You can't drink and drive. It's a rule. Don't do it. I don't drink. I definitely don't drink and drive. But the part of my mind that thinks about legal stuff goes, well, because if you're pulled over in a roadblock or whatever, for whatever reason, and you're asked to take a breathalyzer test, here, the refusal to take that test results in negative points being put on your driving record, which results in your insurance rates going up and a number of things happening. So they basically penalize you automatically through the administrative arm of the government because it's their insurance company. And instead of dealing with it through the legal judicial department, which would have to follow a number of checks and balances before they would be able to penalize somebody without a conviction. And so we have low rates of conviction for drunk driving, but we have extremely high civil or administrative penalties for getting caught drinking and driving in our province. And they're all administrated outside of the legal judicial system. And I personally think there's so much wrong with that, but it does somewhat simplify things because we don't tend to send people into court about things like that because your insurance can like double or triple if you have that happen to you. So um it's similar to a civil forfeiture rules, which we also have here. So the Civil Forfeiture Act of British Columbia, where I'm from, does allow the provincial government to seize what they consider to be either proceeds of or um, articles aiding in the commission of crime. But it can get really out of hand because it's not convictions, it's not even arrests. They can do this civilly through a forfeiture office very, very easily. So, for example, I read a case about this woman who was seeing a new guy and she like drove his truck once to or no, he drove her truck once. That's right, what it was. So she was seeing this new guy. He borrowed her truck once, drove it, and then they broke up. But he ended up getting arrested for dealing drugs, and they seized her vehicle that he had driven the one time through the Civil Forfeiture Act of British Columbia, so that they as a proceed of crime or what is the word? There's a specific little word that they use. Anyways, so while it's funny because in my province we also have one of the most money laundering friendly business climates here. You can create businesses, numbered businesses, and not tell who owns them, and lots of things here. And it's very, very worthwhile to have Canada as a sort of business hub. And so it has created a bit of a haven for companies that may be money laundering. And the province has a big sort of, oops, what do we do? Because they're very pro-business. They want businesses to do business here. And there's lots of businesses that do business here because of that ability to be anonymous in some cases. And so the civil forfeiture rules are, again, a way of administering law or justice outside of the judicial system. For example, the Hells Angels recently had there was multiple clubhouses that they purchased and had run for many, many years. And, the Hells Angels are a bicycle, bike, not a bicycle. Yes, the Hells Angels, they operate bicycles. You may have heard of them. You won't hear them coming because they're bicycles, no motors. Obviously, I'm kidding. It's a motorcycle thing. It's a sophisticated criminal organization, and they have many chapters and branches, and they're very good at making sure that what they do legally, they do legally so that they can do those things legally. They are one of the most litigious organizations with their logos and their insignias. They will absolutely sue people for utilizing them, and they aggressively go after trademark infringement. Now, I'm not making any statements or whatever about the Hells, any sort of gangs. However, what happened in this particular case was the clubhouses that they had were not, they claimed not used for the commission. Oh, it's the commission of. So if the vehicle was used in the commission of a crime, or if the house was used in the commission of a crime, they claimed, no, this is a, hangout area, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So initially, the civil forfeiture place seized the goods, and the Hells Angels went to the Supreme Court, they went to an appeals court, and they appealed it. Or no, it wasn't an appeals court because it was through the civil forfeiture arm. So they appealed it that way, and initially they were able to retain the ownership of the places. What came out during that investigation was the Hells Angels had people somehow explain, like telling them that they were being, surveilled for audio, etc. And so they actually all learned sign language so that they could use sign language and not be heard. Anyways, so the thing about it was that they won the case eventually, but then it just recently got overturned, and they did, because the government has sort of increased the ability of the civil forfeiture office. So now they've come back and they've taken more. So they actually got them back. The clubhouses, they did seize them again. Night, Carrie. I hope you have a good sleep. Again, I condone people doing smart things, like, always. So I think that I just love hearing about somebody was like, we're going to be surveilled. Like, how do we deal with that? And they actually all learned sign language. Like, that to me is really smart. I love that. But don't do crime, you know. Aw, Cachette, I'm sorry. What kind of videos would you like to watch? Name a court genre of video, and I will put it on for us to watch. But I say all the time. It is hard. You guys, I've never actually owned a pet. The cat isn't mine. The dog isn't mine. Never had a pet, really. So, um, but I have a kid. You think do I sound like a sovereign citizen? That government overreach is ridiculous. But that's not what I mean. I'm all about government. Like when you convict somebody and they're part of a criminal organization and you're able to like prove that, then, oh, the genre. Oh my God. See, when I ask a question, I need you guys to remind me that I asked the question. Because sometimes I'm like, I'm a sovereign citizen. I guess sometimes I feel that way. Denise is not here. Oh, Cachette. I understand. I think it's hard. I can imagine. I think um, when you have something that comforts you and makes you happy and doesn't ask for anything in return, which is what most animals are to us, they're very giving, they're very generous, and they're forgiving. They forgive us more than we forgive them or forgive ourselves. And so you have to channel that when you're thinking of them and when you're hurting, and remember the happiness that they would always want to bring you. And I know it's not, you can't be happy every time. No, of course not. But be strong and remember that. Because I say very often, you have literally made it through every single day of your life so far. Every single one. Every single one. You have a 100% track record for making it through your days. So I know you can do it. 100%. Solve citizens. Oh, yes. Actually, I have one thing. Give me one moment while I find it. Um, you guys are so funny. Mayor's just well seasoned. It's not old. I don't think we should call it. Um, I am going to, this is Solve Sit adjacent. If somebody wants to find me a Solve Sit video that we can watch, you can do that. But I'm gonna read this. I like reading more than for some reason. But just give me 1 second because this is I want to hear you guys' thoughts on this, and I think this is like Solve Sit adjacent, okay? Um, Again, though, we have to just remember that I am, yeah, I know, Mayor. You've been like super busy with work and then you've been up with me a lot of the nights. That sounds a little bit bad. On YouTube. And yeah, I I can understand with no sleep. I understand. So the what happened was there was an eruption. This is what I'm trying to find, the video of the Essex County Council in April of this year in Canada. Where is this? Essex County, Ontario. Um, so I'm trying to find the video because I only read the article about it, which I'm going to read to you guys now. One sec. Oh, that's what I'll do. Been so silly some days when I just don't think of things until I do. Here we go. Okay, ladies. Oh, I should have played Night Terrors. Damn it. Just a wasted opportunity right there. Wasted opportunity. Anyways. Okay. This is called Debunking the 15-Minute City Conspiracy Theory and Why It Erupted at Essex Council. Essex County Council. That's a hard one. Hundreds of people poured into a special public meeting in Essex County in southwestern Ontario earlier this month, where many believed officials would be discussing 15-minute cities, even though County of Essex officials stressed that wasn't the case. The meeting was cut short because the size of the crowd and left officials surprised by the response. Not only is the 15-minute city concept not a part of the County of Essex plans, the concerns being raised by some residents are in line with what some experts described as conspiracy theory thinking, rather than rooted in what the concept is actually about. What are 15-minute cities? The 15-minute city concept at its core is an urban planning framework intended to set up communities in such a way that they would have access to all their needs within a 15-minute walk or bike ride from their homes. So, easier access to the grocery store, the bank, medical care, jobs, etc. It was first coined by Carlos Moreno, a professor at the University of Paris, Pantheon-Sorbonne. It's already being worked in other cities. In cities like Paris, over the last few years, it's led to big investments to improve cycling infrastructure and biking amenities, according to Bloomberg, with a price tag that's nearly $360 million. Oxford, the UK, is also looking at implementing a similar concept in its long-term plan. But unfounded concerns over some of the proposed plans in the community have led to unrest. Misinformation has flipped the script on the intended purpose of the 15-minute city, says researcher Carmen Celestini. It's linked to all these conspiracy theories of enslavement and control, explains Celestini, a lecturer at the University of Waterloo, whose research focuses on conspiracy theories. Celestini explained that the conspiracy theory behind the 15-minute cities is that it is a form of government takeover. People are fearful of a scenario where people would have digital identification on them and would be forced to stay within a 15-minute radius around their homes. And that if people traveled beyond those boundaries, they would be tracked and targeted in different ways. It's also being embedded in a lot of other conspiracy theories related to this video is gonna get flagged because I'm saying all these words. As I realize this now, even though this is pure news related to Q blah 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 and the Great Reset associated with fears of tyrannical takeovers. Celestini explained that after years of COVID restrictions and lockdowns, ideas like 15-minute cities can sometimes seem more frightening than they are in reality. To who? Why would that be frightening? Even the Canadian Institute of Planners issued a statement earlier this month to say that the scrutiny and misunderstanding of 15-minute city objectives has resulted in an alarming instance of hostile behavior and threats towards planners and public servants, disruptive conduct in consultation meetings, and the need for law enforcement interventions. It went on to explain that the concept framework is not a lockdown measure, a surveillance strategy, or a tool to enforce restrictive measures or boundaries. Conspiracy theories took off last year in the United Kingdom, according to the Associated Press, as the community of Oxford approved new traffic restrictions to ease congestion as part of a temporary trial. Drivers would need special permits to travel along 6 busy roads during daytime hours. The community would be using traffic cameras to read license plates of those who are non-compliant, and it could then lead to a fine. In February, thousands protested this scheme in Oxford, claiming this was threatening the freedom of motorists, according to a report from the BBC. Local officials had to issue a statement stressing that the traffic filters are in no way physical barriers and in no way confine people to their local area. People can travel wherever they wish, when at any time, but drivers might need to take different routes. It doesn't restrict people's movements, but limits options for drivers without a permit. This is a separate initiative from the 15-minute cities, which Oxford City Council was also endorsing through a planning document being developed. Earlier this month, the County of Essex held a public council meeting to gather feedback from the community about its comprehensive official plan review, and it drew about 400 people into the building, many of whom were concerned that the elements of the plan were linked to 15-minute cities. The official plan is intended to serve as a long-term land use strategy for the county to guide development over the next 30 years in a way that accommodates expected community growth while also including climate change response strategies as well. It's nothing new. The county has an official plan already in place, which was approved in 2014. However, that plan needs to be updated as required by the Ontario Planning Act and requires public input. There is zero mention of a 15-minute city in the plan review, but some, like Windsor resident person who I'm not going to name, believe the environmentally friendly goals included, like making areas more walkable, supporting transit, and energy reduction, are a step in that direction. She plans to attend the next meeting and refers to the traffic filters in Oxford as an example of why she's concerned. She acknowledged that there are positive environmental benefits associated with the 15-minute city model, but worries about how far the concept could go. Fearful of tracking and communities being separated into zones. We need to know what the other side of what they're doing, like the monitoring side of it. Are they going to restrict people going, from one zone to the other because you've got too big of a carbon footprint? At the very top of the public meeting, Warden Hilda McDonald attempted to dispel the rumors. Warden? What the heck is there a warden there? Warden Hilda McDonald attempted to dispel the rumors that the official plan had anything to do with 15-minute cities. It has nothing to do with 15-minute cities. You can trust me on that. It is not, she said, which was followed by shouts from some members in the crowd. Liar! Liar! The meeting drew in a crowd much larger than what council chambers could accommodate. People in the crowd said they couldn't hear what was happening during the meeting. One council member said he heard some of the people in the attendance uttering threats, which could not be heard on the live stream. There's a live stream. Council opted to cut the meeting short and reschedule once they found a bigger venue to accommodate more members of the public, with McDonald stressing disrespectful outbursts will not be tolerated. The city planner said that not only are 15-minute cities not on the table at the present or for the future, there are also zero plans to restrict any movements in the region. She said she was surprised by this response from the community. She explained that in the lead up to the meeting, she had received numerous emails and phone calls about whether the meeting had to do with 15-minute cities. Though she attempted to clear up confusion and make it clear that it did not, the message didn't seem to get across, she said. The point of it was to hear public feedback, but we just couldn't get the correct messaging turned around so that we could have an efficient public meeting, she explained. Unfortunately, this confusion and misinformation is being spread throughout Canada. So we happen to have experienced in last week in Essex County, but we're certainly not the only ones. The next public meeting has yet to be announced, But Celestini says it's important to engage with people who are expressing certain fears in order to be able to address those concerns rather than attempting to silence them. We have decided that if someone has a different opinion than us, then we will put a stereotype on them and just stop engaging with them, she said. And we're not having conversations, which is problematic because when we don't, they just become far more ingrained in their communities and, become more isolated from other communities. And that creates an us versus them boundary that's very hard to cross. What the heck? Isn't that silliness? Oh, look at this. BC judge sentences man to 1 year in jail for contempt of court. Wow. What is this one? A year in jail? That's a long contempt fine. So a 15-minute city, Lisa, just means that you can walk to things. It's like a walkable city. Like my city would be considered a 15-minute city. It's literally not a new concept. It's just they've latched onto it. It's like a livable city. In the States, it's probably crazier to think about because you guys are so much more spread out with so much more reliance on vehicles in some places. But no, Nana has not finished Breaking Bad. She's still watching it. Okay, let's read about this guy who got a year in jail. This just happened. This was posted yesterday. A provincial court judge in Prince Rupert, BC, has sentenced a 46-year-old man to a year in jail for contempt of court, ruling he tried to circumvent the justice system with pseudo-legal and stupid arguments. Oh my God, thank you, Jesus, for dropping this one in my lap. Judge David Patterson sentenced Cameron Hardy in part to deter others from subjecting the court to the theory known as organized pseudo-legal commercial arguments. Patterson's ruling details how Hardy, who is facing a charge of resisting or obstructing a peace officer in 2021, considers himself a free man, meaning he won't accept that the courts have jurisdiction over him and falsely believes Canadian law doesn't apply to him. The courts of British Columbia are legitimate, or they are not. There is no middle ground. There are no shades of gray, Patterson's ruling says. Unfortunately for Hardy, the courts of British Columbia, including the Provincial Court of British Columbia, are legitimate. Hardy, who represented himself in court, was charged with contempt in the face of the court for refusing to recognize the court's legitimacy or follow the court's orders or take part in the trial process. In his reasons for sentence on the contempt charge, Patterson found Hardy displayed flagrant disregard for the court's directions and orders. Patterson found Hardy's legal arguments could be harmful to the justice system by turning routine matters into time-consuming exercises. And his arguments were not merely legally false, but often just plain stupid. Hardy's defense was vexatious and frivolous. He had no hope of success. Thus, logically, his only purpose was to frustrate the court and waste government resources. He ruled that Hardy intended to harm or deceive the court with nonsensical legal theory. It seems the phraseology such as post-truth and fake news has become increasingly prevalent in public discourse, Patterson's ruling says. As a court system, we need to recognize how the growing abundance of misinformation influences people in the political, technological, and societal context, including the courtroom. The ruling details how Hardy was first arrested in Prince Rupert in May of 2021 and charged with 1 count of resisting or willfully obstructing peace officers in the execution of their duty. Days after his arrest, he was released from custody under the condition that he wasn't allowed within 10 meters of a Prince Rupert liquor store. In later virtual court appearances, he repeatedly challenged the court's jurisdiction over him, saying he was not a person. I am a man, commonly called Cameron Hardy. His first trial date was set for September 3rd, 2021, but he wasn't allowed in the courtroom when he refused to wear a mask. At the time, the judge asked him over the phone if he had a letter from a doctor confirming he was unable to wear a mask for the short walk between the courthouse entrance and the courtroom where the trial was scheduled. I don't need another man or woman's permission to breathe, he replied. I have been breathing my entire life on my own. The court eventually issued a warrant for his arrest for not appearing in court on the set trial date. Patterson's reasons for Hardy's sentence lay out a timeline for several court dates derailed by his pseudo-legal arguments. Patterson made a ruling disallowing Hardy to file documents or make any pseudo-legal arguments at trial, telling him they wasted the court's time and taxpayers' money and had no chance of succeeding. My ruling made zero difference to Hardy, his ruling says. He seemed more interested in doing what he could to stop the trial from proceeding and putting on a show for his numerous acquaintances, the judge said. The judge said he didn't order a psychiatric assessment because he found him to be intelligent, but an anti-government ideologist. That's the end. I'm so thankful and proud of my little corner of the law here, because apparently we don't deal with soft sits. Hi, Crafty. He got a year in jail for being a soft sit in court. They didn't just like sort of go to what he was charged with and sort of go along that. No, he held him in contempt. That's a long contempt finding. I know it's a direct contempt. This is Canada. That's a very big first. What I was also looking at is there's a gentleman in my province as well who set up a revenge website against his ex-wife and was ordered by court order to take it down and refused, and he's been sent to jail like 6 times. He just keeps refusing. He will not do it. Isn't that amazing? I can't believe they gave him a year. I'm shocked. In the States, contempt is different because you can only hold somebody in contempt for like, was it 90 days? 93 days? Or 30? I'm not even sure, but 6 months maybe. Good night, Keeper. Was it a chick from Pasadena? No, I live in Canada. This was in Canada. Artie, are you talking about the woman? She actually may have moved to California, yes. And had to and he was like, are you looking it up? Is that what you found? Because yeah, I think I'm gonna try and find that one. Post the link in the chat. Night Keeper, have a good night, okay? Yeah, I want to read that one if you've got it, because that I found really interesting because he was just willfully refusing. And I hate that. In the TPO last night with Mikey and Time Served, I always laugh when the guy was really upset about the sex tape being sent to him, and I thought to myself, like, my dude, you are winning. She sent you the tape. She's obviously still like rolled up over you or like hung up on you because she thought she was having, she was having kitchen fun with or whatever. Jonathan, so let me just finish this thought. Now I've forgotten it totally. Jonathan just asked, why didn't the government seize his web domain? Because it was hosted outside of Canada. So that is a big problem for certain companies and people and sort of. Oh yeah, of course, Yardy. I mean, I've seen that tape. It's pretty good. But oh yeah, the guy in the TPO. So he was like, she sent me a sex tape, and then I can't be. I remember that too, the world's end, but I can't be friends with her anymore because she sent me a sex tape of her having sex with somebody else. My dude, just think about that right now. Your woman, because she's still your woman. Let me just tell you that, because she was out having sex with somebody else, videotaping it, angles, being perfect, looking hot, popping that ass. so she could send the video to you. Okay? I get it. Totally not a healthy relationship, but I'm just explaining, like, in my mind, that's not a power move to do. You know what I mean? Like, it just doesn't make any sense. Um, it just shows the person that did it is still like really hung up on the other person. Um, yeah, he was. He could not cope. He absolutely could not cope. So, and again, bad mismatch, and somebody who's not even. This is the issue when people don't have a lot of self confidence in themselves. They don't bring any self confidence into the um into a relationship very much. And so they might be scared of people cheating on them. They might be worried. They might, all those things. Oh, Mayor, me too. Because I think it's my aphantasia, I'm like, she does not want to be doing that, right? But I have 3 categories that work. That should be a members only video too. Um, yeah. I think that, again, if we normalized the the reality about sex and sexuality with adults, which is all I'm talking about, obviously, then you really like take away the power of revenge porn sites or revenge, like all those things. Because, yeah, duh, everybody does it. Like, so what? That's sort of my view on that type of thing. I'm not the type of person that says, oh, don't ever take a picture of yourself and send it to somebody on the internet. Well, I would be, first of all, real hypocrite, but just, it's not like that. That's not a feasible way to try and not be hurt by somebody on the internet, basically. A better way to deal with that is, hey, before you send naked pictures of yourself to somebody, you need to really establish a base of trust with them so that you guys have already discussed how this is going to go. Um, that hearing with Judge Manning. Judge Manning, I love her so much. She's such an inspiration. She single-handedly runs through those courtrooms and handles more cases in a 3-hour period than I have seen some judges do in whatever, like a whole day. Anyways. I'm trying to think. I have so much content, but it's not organized. Oh, maybe I do have something new to watch. Um, how long is the Breaking Bad series? Like, how long am I going to be listening to this? And what is she going to want to watch after that? Uh, random content. 6 seasons. Oh. I bet she will. Yeah. Great. She's going to be like running a drug empire before I know it. I don't I don't watch TV ever because it's just not, it doesn't jive with my needs. I watch a lot of YouTube. Oh, we can watch YouTube together. That's what we'll do. But I think what I'll have to do is start a new stream for that. I'm trying to get good at just like, and I know I'll lose people. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. But this way I can watch stuff and not worry so much about it making YouTube Daddy mad, because YouTube Daddy and I are just really building our relationship on a basis of trust. So, oh, I love Atomic Shrimp. Oh my God. Oh yeah. Oh no, we're gonna watch the video about the automat. My Crazy Life, are you still here? If she is, that's exactly what we're gonna be watching first. Oh yeah. Yay. Okay, so what that means is you guys give me, oh, I know what to do. I'm gonna go make the stream place first without ending this one. This is pro move right here. Whoa. Should we call them? What should we call it? Late night with. And we'll start it. Then the automat, yes. Do you know what an automat is? Cachette, this will be, I think you'll like this. Please come to the next one. I'm grabbing the link right now so I can put it in the chat. CRD, I had a long day too. I lost my phone for a lot of the day today, guys, and you know what happened? And you're all gonna laugh because you all know what the rule is. But I literally lost my phone for a very, very big portion of the day. I couldn't ping it. I couldn't track it. I couldn't phone it. I couldn't find it. But I do that a lot. No, it's not CRD. Oh, please come to the next stream because I'm going to show you, and I love it. Anyways. Finally, towards the end of the day, like at 4 o'clock. So I've been out part of the day without my phone, which is very strange, very uncomfortable. And I went out on the porch. And what did I find? My phone. Dead. On the porch. No porch. Yes, Mayor, that is what I'm talking about. I have an obsession with automats, with the cafeteria kind. Oh, CRD, just wait. I'm going to take you through the journey. It's so, so exciting. Yeah, automat. Legit want them. Anyways, oh, see, I'm supposed to get the stream. Supposed to get the next stream. There's so much sex in Breaking Bad, guys. Like, what the fuck? It should be under my lives on my page right now, Jonathan. I'm just trying to go find it. Great, that's an ugly still of my face on the front page. Seriously. I guess. I don't know. It's such a far, like I used to watch TV because there wasn't as much content online that would work for me. And so I've watched a number of series before that I really enjoyed. But I wouldn't have pegged Nana to like Breaking Bad. Like that's just not her sort of cup of tea. She doesn't even drink tea. She doesn't drink water either, you guys. She thinks she's allergic to water, that it hurts her. Do you see what this back here? This is like a very expensive water filter called a Berkey. And what the fuck is happening here? Excuse my language. There it is. Anyways. Oh, it's because I have the screen so big. Copy the link. I'm gonna put this in the chat. I'm going to grab myself a drink, and then I will meet you guys back in the Just go back to the right. There. She sleeps through most of it. That's what the reality is. I catch her all the time. She's sleeping. So go to the new link that I just posted, and we will be starting a new stream there. And it'll be lots of fun. Okay? Okay. I love you guys. Thank you so much. Oh, for replay crew, you're like, whoa, that was weird. I'll maybe try and link the next video. Love ya. Bye.